Hi, Laura. This is Liz with NOAC. I'm just testing that you can hear us. Laura. Maybe she-
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, good. Sorry, I had the wrong microphone on.
That's okay.
Notice this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from the vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for the chair for presentation for the record. Whew. Subsequently, that matter or that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which the conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting in the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button on them. It is red if they are off, and it is green if they are on. We'll move on to the minutes from August 16th. Are there any corrections or additions? Seeing none, can I have a motion?
So moved.
Dave, you have to second it. You have to second. Second.
First,
All right.
second.
All
What's
those in
that
favor?
happen?
Huh?
I was in your seat before.
Oh, yes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh. Any opposed? All right, motion is approved. We'll move on to public comments. Do we have anybody signed in for public comment? We do not, so we will go to an executive director's report. No executive director's report. We have no action items for today. And so we will move on to presentations. There are no future actions, so we'll go to information. We'll go to the third quarter state fiscal year 2025 planning reviews from Adam. Did I miss anything?
Sorry about that. Good morning, everyone. I'm Adam Allen with the Programming Division. I'm going to submit the third quarter state fiscal year 2025 project planning reviews. There's just two of them for this quarter. For presentation and discussion only, no previous action. The purpose of the project planning review process is to assess if a proposed project helps to achieve NOACA vision and goals, and to ensure that the project is consistent with NOACA planning requirements. And this is part of the review process that these projects go through, including intergovernmental review and consultation. So kind of the first step is a staff review and comment, and now we're at the point where it's going through the committee, subcommittee, and advisory and council reviews. So that kind of shows where we are in this process. We're in that teal project planning review stage. So we welcome any feedback from the councils for the following two projects. The first one is it's a pretty major project. I'll show you a map of it in the next slide, but it's part of the multi-decade billion dollar interchange rehabilitation project. This is like the third stage, I believe, of the Interbelt Modernization Plan. This is the central interchange stage. And essentially why this is coming for PPR review at this point is there has been a scope change, specifically on East 22nd Street. There was previously a historic building. I'll go ahead and show you here, actually. At the East 22nd Street Bridge, there was the Cuyahoga County Juvenile Justice Center was housed in a historic building there, and previously the plans for these interchange improvements were done with the assumption that the building would still be there and everything was planned around it. Well, last year the building was actually demolished, and that enabled some enhancements to the plan, specifically with some pedestrian and multimodal improvements on East 22nd Street. I think it's there. Yeah, this right here. So this was the former site of that Juvenile Justice Center. So now that that land has been opened up, the plans have been enhanced for the additional room allowed. That allowed for some multimodal improvements on East 22nd Street and to like make a better pedestrian environment specifically, and then some realignment of Central and Cedar surrounding that building. So this is a $280 million project, although there aren't actually direct NOACA funds in it. It is going through this PPR process just because of that, the scope change. Any comments on that project? The second project is Franklin Boulevard enhancements. This is part of the overall Irishtown Bend stabilization project and enhancements in the area around that. And this will involve streetscape amenities along the newly realigned and rebuilt Franklin Boulevard. These plans were not previously included in the overall port stabilization project for Irishtown Bend, which is why it's going through this PPR process now. It is proposed to be implemented at the same time as the Lake Link Trail, with the Cleveland Metro Parks is sponsoring, and they're looking to bid that for construction as soon as the overall Irishtown Bend slope stabilization process is complete. This is a $938,000 project, and again, there are no direct NOACA funds involved in it. So the Franklin Avenue enhancements are here. So this is essentially creating a new project specifically for the Franklin Avenue enhancements that will be built concurrently with the Lake Link Trail. As soon as the overall Irishtown Bend stabilization is complete, the bidding will start on that. So it's part of the overall Irishtown Bend park and area improvements. Any comments on that? Okay, and any further comments we'll get from any other councils will be added to the review process and any presentations going forward. That's all for the PPR this quarter.
Thank you very much. We will move on to state fiscal year 2026 through 2029 TIP projects recommended for NOACA funds from Ed.
Morning, thank you. Yes, I am presenting item 6B, the 2026 to 2029 TIP projects recommended for NOACA funding. No action is being requested. This is being presented to this advisory council for information. Specifically, these are the projects recommended to be funded with NOACA funds for the 2026 to 2029 Transportation Improvement Program. This item has been recommended by the Planning and Programming Committee and the Executive Committee. As you know, we had presented the criteria and the methodology to evaluate projects to the advisory councils, to the Transportation Subcommittee, the Planning and Programming Committee for their input and discussion. We are developing our overall TIP for fiscal years 26 through 29 that will be presented to the board in March. That will take effect on July 1 of calendar year 2025. The TIP will contain road, bridge, public transit, and other transportation alternatives projects scheduled for implementation and supported through federal funds administered through ODOT, the transit agency allocations, and specifically NOACA base allocation programs like the Surface Transportation Block Grant funding, the Transportation Alternatives funding, the Carbon Reduction Program funding, and also with respect to the CMAQ program, the statewide CMAQ program projects have been approved for that funding. That most recent application round occurred back in December of 2023. So the CMAQ funded projects are already determined through 2029. Just a quick review, providing some of the background on the process. We wound up having about over 900 bridge, roadways, and system enhancements identified through our process. That total over about $3 billion rather, in order to develop the program of projects to utilize NOACA funding. We evaluated the identified needs in accordance with our approved methodology to elevate and advance those projects that best represented the priorities contained in our plan and aligned with established federal and state transportation management initiatives. That process for really involved the following steps. First, we had identified needs and assembled a potential project universe. That was the raw list of needs that we started out with. We then screened those needs against the ENEO priorities and established policies with respect to the bridge condition, pavement condition, congestion, safety, et cetera. After that, we had coordinated with all the local and the regional project sponsors and the communities to review our universe of projects against what their priorities were. And then we also filtered off the top 25% of the NOACA Transportation Asset Management projects or preservation projects, and incorporated all the other NOACA plan projects adopted by the board back in 2021. That included the safety, congestion, and transportation alternatives. So then after that, we evaluated the projects against the regional significance and planning criteria and other considerations. So again, in evaluating the projects against the approved regional significance criteria, planning criteria, and other considerations, we were looking at these facilities in terms of how important they were to regional travel and regional destinations, and from a regional, a county, and a community perspective. So so we look in this instance, we were looking at qualifying projects and looking at them against our adopted NOACA plans and initiatives, facilities that provide access to or support other modes of travel, local transit lines, connection to rail stations, and perhaps park and ride lots. And then this list here, this list is contained in your materials on page 11. But I just wanted to just show you what the projects were. For example, we looked at qualifying projects and whether that facility provided access to or enhanced or supported other modes of travel, such as, you can't really see it here, but it's item number 2. That's the Euclid Creek Phase 3 shared use path, the Cuyahoga Lake Clifton connector along East 66th Street. That's item 1. And then looking at whether or not it carries or connects to fixed route transit lines. There are a number of those roadways listed here. I won't go through them all, but to name a few, State Route 2, Fulton Road, item number 8, Ridge Road, item number 11, Harvard, 13, and so on. So again, this is all contained in your materials in the packet. And then there was the GCRTA rail card replacement program. That was item number 28 in materials. So I won't go on any further with that. I just wanted to just let you know that. So in accordance with our project, our approach, we wound up recommending 31 projects for a total of about $84 million in NOACA SDBG, TA, and CRP funding, touching or spreading across 27 different communities and regional agencies within the 5-county region. With respect to the impact of these projects recommended for NOACA funds, overall, we'll be able to resurface or improve and enhance about 23 miles of roadway, improve 3 intersections, improve 4,000 square feet of deck area for 2 bridge structures, construct about roughly 4 miles or so of streetscape and or bicycle pedestrian improvements, and then we'll be replacing 4 rail cars. And finally, we will continue to support the slope stabilization project along Irishtown Bend that Adam was touching on in his presentation. Well, so then these project recommendations will be presented to the Board of Directors for approval on December 13th. And upon board approval, staff will then work with the respective communities or sponsors of the approved projects to finalize the scope, schedule, and budget for inclusion in the draft 26 to 29 tip. Then these recommended projects rather will then be incorporated into that draft tip, and which will be presented to our Planning and Programming Committee in January of 2025 for recommendation to our board, which will hopefully adopt it in March of calendar year 2025. That's about the end of it.
Thank you, Ed. Does anybody have any questions? All right, thanks. Seeing none, we'll move on to the Coordinated Public Transit Human Services Plan update from RLS.
I just wanted to let you know that
Sorry.
remotely Laura Brown with RLS Consultants is going to be presenting, and you can see her down there in the lower right there.
Cool. Thank you.
Take it away,
Good
Laura.
morning. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great,
Yep,
Laura.
yep.
Thank you. I'm going to be
Okay, great.
the slides for Laura.
Okay. Great. So thank you for having me and allowing me to present virtually to you this morning. I'm going to give you an update on the Coordinated Transportation Plan. Again, no action is requested at this time, but this is for information purposes. You can go to the next one. So the as many of you probably are aware, this is a plan that NOACA does every 4 or 5 years to update the assessment of unmet transportation needs and the coordinated transportation goals, and it's specifically tied to the 5310 program, which provides funding, mostly capital funding for transportation for enhanced services to older adults and individuals with disabilities. As part of the planning process, we have been engaging with the public and key stakeholders. And this slide just gives you kind of a quick overview of what activities have taken place. We've had, over the past few months, we've had 6 public meetings, overall about 43 different participants. And we tried to have those meetings throughout the region. This is the entire NOACA planning area, the Cleveland urbanized area for funding. So we had meetings in each county, and we also advertised a public survey, which is down at the bottom. The public survey was advertised across the region, and we received 85 responses to that. We are also just this week had 3 focus groups. 2 of them focused on rural transportation challenges. So we, in particular, had small group meetings in Geauga and Medina counties for those discussions. And then the 3rd group was a collective group of organizations, local hospitals, and some human service agencies to discuss the challenges with access to medical appointments throughout the region. We also attended the Aging and Disability Summit, which was wonderful. And finally, next week on November 19th is our last public meeting. We're going to have a virtual meeting so that everyone has a chance to see the results of the study and to participate in that one more time. Next slide.
Quick question.
Oh, yeah.
You said you have 6 in-person meetings and you have Geauga Public Library there in parentheses. Did that meeting not occur?
That meeting was not attended. No one came.
Okay.
So, yes.
And just as an aside, I'm pretty sure like on the banner on the NOACA website, the first thing you see when you go to the NOACA website is the information for that public Zoom meeting next week.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
I have a couple slides here just to give you a quick overview. There's a lot more to it, but these slides, this slide and the next one kind of summarize the needs that we heard and the things that folks said most often that they would like to, if we could improve those things, it would help them get to where they need to go. And again, this focus is on transportation for older adults and individuals with disabilities primarily. These are the percentages are from the survey responses, but we heard the same things at the public meetings too. So up at the top was the need for transportation across county lines throughout the region. So a lot of transportation providers for specialized services have just, within their city or within their county. And so those boundaries are difficult sometimes for folks because their appointment might be outside their county or city. 32% of the survey respondents wanted cheaper gas, and that would make a difference in their ability to get where they need to go because they have a car. 30% would like longer bus or public transit hours on weekdays and weekends. A lot of the services right now stop, at 4 o'clock, maybe 5 or 6, other than some public transit services that are available longer in some places, certainly in Cleveland. But those who don't have access to that service wanted more hours on weekends and weekdays for employment or medical or just to get out and socialize. 28% wanted more bus or public transportation routes, so more service, more capacity. 28% wanted same day or 24-hour notice options to schedule rides so that they could, if something came up at the last minute, they would have an option that they could do that was affordable to them as well. And 25% indicated that if they had better walking paths, sidewalks, bike paths, then they would be able to get where they need to go easier. Next slide. Some of the obstacles that limit ability, again, you can see it's kind of worded a little differently, but can't go to places in another county because of their transportation options currently, have a limited ability to shop for food, cannot go to the library, the bank, or run just household errands, limited ability to shop for household goods, limited ability to attend religious services, and then 16% said they feel isolated, trapped, alone, and sad. And so these were multiple choice. That's okay, you can go to the next one. These were multiple choice options, and those were the ones that rose to the top. There were some others that had options too, and in the report, you'll be able to see those. We put all that information together along with an inventory of the existing transportation services and developed 5 primary goals for you all to consider working toward. The summary is here. The first one is to improve the sustainability of transportation, of the transportation network available to seniors, individuals with disabilities, and also the general public. Number 2 is expand transportation provider capacity so that they can better meet those needs. Number 3 is to create partnerships between organizations that have the same goal to help eliminate the barriers that we've discussed, that from previous studies and we know from this one. Number 4 is to eliminate price as a barrier to reliable transportation options. We heard that even with discounted prices for the fares, it's a barrier for some folks to get somewhere on a daily basis using those services. And then number 5 is to enhance information and outreach efforts to seniors and individuals with disabilities. This just the ongoing effort of getting information out. Okay, I'm going to run through with our limited time today. I'll run through the strategies under each option, and then if you have questions about them, I'll pause at the end of each slide to do that. So within each goal, we have action steps and what we're going to go toward. We intentionally make these a little bit broad so that all your transportation providers have time to develop these over, and apply for grants that really specifically suit your needs. But they're narrow enough to keep us focused. So part of the sustainability is to have a variety of options for folks. So the first one here is the idea of establishing a volunteer driver program to fill the gaps in service availability for older adults and individuals with disabilities. And this could be done on a regional basis, a really big volunteer driver program, or it could be individual counties. And it would require a significant lead, effort from a lead agency to do that, and we will get into that in the plan. But it could help break down a lot of those obstacles that we heard about. The second one is to prioritize funding for new and replacement wheelchair accessible vehicles. And the third one is to develop a shared ride or van pool program that's geared toward individuals with disabilities and getting them to employers and places of work in a more efficient manner and in a shared ride manner. And there are some examples of that, small programs in the region. Any questions about that? Okay.
Oh, we have one question.
Through the chair.
Okay.
I have a question on volunteer driver programs. RTA and I think like Trend, we're all union. I can't imagine a volunteer driver plus all the FDA regulations that we have to face, especially for paratransit.
Could you speak up a little bit? I can barely hear you.
the volunteer driver program. I know that TA and perhaps Lake Trent is union-based and our operators are union. We also have a plethora of FTA regulations that we have to comply with. And I'm
Mhm.
just wondering how, just a big HOW, we would even consider this. We have had foundations that have funded like church vans to take people sort of on the places, but they weren't regulated. And I have a big question mark on this one.
Yeah, and that's a really excellent point. Thank you. I think that's an important thing to consider, and who the lead agency is could help with that, and the way it's funded, right, would help too. So it doesn't have to be organized through a transit system. It could be organized through a nonprofit agency, or like you said, a faith-based organization. And the lead agency would have to establish those rules, right, for the drivers or the partnering agencies and the funders. It is the hardest part is getting the drivers, right, that are committed, I think, to that. But that is one option, is to have, if it may be a little less red tape if someone other than a transit system was the lead agency. But yet it's still really important that you, as transit experts, help determine the parameters and the qualifications of the drivers, right? And the safety standards of the vehicles, and develop that. And so that's where the partnership really comes in.
I mean, does volunteer driver also mean that, like, well, I guess maybe this is too much detail, but say when they're using their car or a vehicle supplied by someone else?
Could be either way. Yeah, it could be either way.
This is pretty.
We've seen programs in places like other places that we've worked where the volunteer driver is a family member of somebody, and they use their own vehicle. But they're getting a little bit of gas reimbursement this way, and not asking the person to pay everything. So it helps that person in two ways. They're not a burden to their family member. And it's affordable. If you had a fleet of vehicles that you were using, then we've got some regulations, that go with that, and requirements that go with that. But either way could be set up. Good questions. Goal number 2 has 4 strategies. The first 2 are, excuse me, are exploring workforce transportation options, like the Wheels to Work program. If some of you maybe have heard of that option, this might be a smaller program and maybe a county-based program. And I did not include Cuyahoga in here. It could be if you'd like to, but I feel like when we think about the needs that we heard, it seems to be a bigger issue in the more suburban and rural communities, where that's where it came up anyway, to where folks might need transportation to work. And a Wheels to Work program is somewhat like a volunteer program, but it's focused just on employment. And it is often a smaller vehicle that's using it, or that is used to do that. It's kind of a shared ride program. And then, but a different way to look at it. Number 2 is creating neighborhood partnerships that fund and maintain bus shelters and benches in communities identified as equity zones, or areas with significant populations of older adults and individuals with disabilities. This might be an opportunity to create partnerships. I'm sure you all have talked about this before, but it did come up in our public meetings, folks wanting shelters especially. If there was a way to partner with a neighborhood, a business, or a community to take care of those shelters and benches for you, that would be really awesome, really helpful. Next slide. Well, we'll pause. Before I do that, were there any questions about those two?
My first thought on the shelter thing is if that is finding a way to build it, not maintain it, and getting the
Okay.
people to want them on their property, and the agreements completed. We have the funds to build them easily. It's the hard part is finding a place to put them. So I don't view that
Well,
as, I don't view your barrier as a barrier at all. I view the barrier as finding a place to put them where they are wanted.
ah, good. Well, and um, i- would it help to have somebody who works on that issue, to try to achieve that?
I mean, I'll
Um,
speak for Lake Tran. If somebody came to me and said, "Hey, I want a shelter here and I'm willing to sign the paperwork to do it or help complete that process," we would say,
mhm.
"Great, we'll hire a contractor within a month."
Yeah. Well,
It's
good.
And I think I'm seeing Mary Beth shake her head. So I think RTA probably faces the same problem we do, that it's the agreement to put it there that is the significant barrier. Because we're required to spend 1% of our federal grant on stuff like that. So we have funding today, and it's just about those agreements to put them places.
Okay.
And Cleveland, we have 3, 4 people that do that.
That's great. Well, I'll tell you the places for this study, I mean, we only talked to people who came to meetings, but we heard about it at a meeting at the Solon, the senior center that's in Solon, was one of the bigger areas where we heard about that, where we heard folks talking about that. We wish there was a shelter. So I don't know if that helps any with, the folks that are working on that issue now already. Um, But okay, well, that's good. Thank you. That's good to hear. Um, number three, sorry, got off. Public-private transportation partnerships for on-demand services during evenings and on Saturdays. So we heard that a lot of folks are active, want to be out in the community, and they may not live within the GCRTA paratransit service area, or maybe the same for Lake County, but we didn't hear it so much in Lake County. But needing to get out in the evening and on Saturdays just to be out and about, or to go to work, and having the flexibility of an on-demand service. So we're introducing, or not introducing, but bringing up the idea of public-private partnerships to do that in case the public transit system is not have the capacity to do that themselves, or maybe it's more affordable. Passenger assistance or transit ambassadors is number 4, to help ride with people who need special care, and just maybe even just a, kind of a travel trainer, but it's more about providing that little bit of reassurance, and that could be something coordinated through senior centers, or human service agencies. Okay. Next slide. Goal number 3 is this is a bigger lift, and it's one I think we all have to consider. But what if there was a central call center for scheduling trips with partnering providers for destinations in Cuyahoga from anywhere? I don't know. I'm not sure that this is the right suggestion for you yet. And we've had a lot of conversations about it at our meetings. So I will be interested. There's going to be an exercise for you to prioritize these options, but I would be interested to have your thoughts on this. So this call center would go a step farther than like your GoHio Mobility, and not just identify the resources, but actually schedule the trips, get them all the way to scheduled. And it's really focusing on trips with destinations in Cuyahoga County from perhaps even outside of that county, and for the whole area. But we don't want to create duplication, and we don't want to, add something here that's out of reach or not necessary. So I'll be interested to have your opinions. Number 2 is create and distribute an inventory of affordable and senior housing locations that are accessible to transit. Maybe this is something that's available through GoHio Mobility as well. Maybe it's added to that, or maybe there's, through Western Reserve Area Agency on Aging or different places. But just to be able to connect those dots so that people don't move and then realize their transit service is different or not available. Questions? Number 3, establish demand response service for first last mile that goes across jurisdictional boundaries. This could be something done with a volunteer program. This could be something done with a public-private partnership. This could be something you do directly. So there's a lot of different ways. That's why I say it's kind of broad. A lot of different ways to achieve this. Some of you are already doing it in a way. So it's just something to elaborate on and continue to focus on. Number 4 is replicate the Lake Tran model of providing medical related transportation anywhere in the region on limited days. So in a coordinated way, maybe there are other providers who could do that for folks who need to go into Cleveland or outside their normal service area. They could do that on a Tuesday or on a Wednesday or something like that. And that seems like a really great program that Lake Tran is doing, very effective, that could be replicated. Next slide, unless there are questions. Number 4, eliminate price as a barrier. So securing additional local funding for health and wellness related trips. There'll be a little more information on ideas for that. And number 2, creating local funding resources to provide subsidized fare cards for eligible individuals on participating public and private providers. So we heard a lot especially from the medical community, but that even $3 if you're going, every day is a lot for some folks. And even if you're not going every day, it's a lot for some folks. So could there be a fund available to help subsidize even that so that there's no out-of-pocket cost for certain individuals? It could be income related. It could be, you could just define the eligibility criteria for that. And we'll give you some peer examples of those kinds of programs. Okay. Number 5, enhance information and outreach efforts to seniors and individuals with disabilities. First one is to continue to update the information that's available through GoHio Mobility and through Western Reserve Area Agency on Aging. Great resources that are out there for you. Also 211. Number 2, train transportation ambassadors again. So this is really focusing, using some 5310 funds to train consistently, maybe provide some training for a transportation ambassador who might work at a senior center or a hospital or nursing home, human service agency, but give them all the resources they need to know about all the transportation options. We had the great pleasure to meet with a lot of folks who really are transportation ambassadors, but they aren't everywhere. And so just really focusing on expanding that trend and that information to help with outreach. Next slide. This is the last one. Slides 3 and 4 there are communicate and share information through culturally relevant channels. So just continuing again to try and reach the people who need transportation the most and make it so that they understand this service really is for them. A lot of times there's a barrier across cultures and they might not feel like that service is their service. And they just might not use it for that reason. They feel like it's for somebody else. So working sensitively to reach out through culturally relevant ways. And the last one is create a training video about transportation services for seniors and people with disabilities and share it. Share it with senior centers, share it with agencies. A simple video about all the great resources that are available in your region could really help family members as well as the individuals feel more comfortable using the service. I think that's the last one. We're going to have a virtual meeting again, I said, on the 19th. The draft plan will be done in early December, and the final plan goes to the NOACA board on December 13th for approval. As we're developing this, you're going to get an email, and I'm going to ask you to please let me know what you think of these goals and strategies, if there's any more, and to prioritize them. And I'll give you what that means. But we're going to have to do that electronically, just in order to keep up with the timeline. Any questions? Great.
Doesn't look
Well,
like we
thank
have
you.
any, but thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, and here's Laura's contact information at RLS and Associates if anyone needs it. Thank you so much, Laura.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to state fiscal year 2025 applications for TLCI implementation projects from Leah.
Good morning, everyone. Okay. Today, I'm going to present to you the applications we received for this round of TLCI implementation. No action is requested, it's just informational. So just a quick background of TLCI. You all should be familiar with the implementation. It's to improve livability in Northeast Ohio's communities. It's to support the vision of NOACA's regional strategic plan and long-range plan, provide federal funding assistance to local communities, and support planning that leads to implementation. We opened applications for this round on August 16th, and the application window was closed on October 9th. We received 16 applications with requests totaling $8 million. We didn't do planning studies applications this round. Applicants virtually presented their projects to NOACA staff the end of October, early November. Project solicitation and evaluation conducted in accordance with TLCI policy as usual. And the implementation program budget is $2 million. So here's a list of all the applications we received. It's in your packet if you want to take a closer look. But behind Laura's window there is the total, which is about $8.03 million, I believe. So I'm going to take you through the projects. They are organized by their project type. So we have connector trail projects to start us off. We have City of Bedford. They submitted a Viaducts Commons Connector Trail Phase 2, totaling over $500,000. It's a 10-foot wide, 0.35 mile multi-purpose trail on Willis, going southeast from North Park Drive to East Taylor. It includes ADA ramps, relocation of hydrants, utility pole, and about 50 linear feet of storm pipe. Then we have the City of Euclid's Euclid Heritage Trail project. That's totaling $1.8 million. It's to transform 4,500 feet of sidewalk along Euclid Avenue, excuse me, into a 10-foot wide multi-purpose trail. The connection between Cleveland Metro Park's Euclid Creek Reservation and the City of Euclid's Hero Park. Two more connector trail projects. The City of Lorraine submitted Oakwood Connector South Lorraine Library Trail. That project cost is $315,000. It's an 11-foot wide trail connecting Oakwood Park to the library, as you can see in the orange line graphic there. And then the City of Maple Heights Stafford Park Connectivity Project Phase 1 is the yellow and blue graphic you see. That project is $384,000. It's an enhancement to a trailhead from Warrensville Center Road, replacing metal guardrail with a natural buffer, but still allowing non-vehicular travel. It's an entryway and pedestrian crosswalk, lighting, seating, landscaping. And as you can see, that would flow into access to the middle school as well. So now we have some sidewalk improvement projects that were submitted. The City of Berea submitted Front Street Sidewalk Connection Project totaling $266,000. It's 120 feet of new sidewalk to fill a gap on the west side of Front Street. A walk ramp would be included to connect the proposed sidewalk with a pedestrian bridge over Rocky River. It would also include installation of retaining walls and hand railings. The City of Elyria submitted their downtown Elyria multimodal Investment Safety and Connection Project, Phase 7, costing $292.4 thousand. Their plan is a couple different sections, as you can see in the red squares in that graphic, replacing over 10,000 square feet of existing sidewalk on Middle Ave and Broad Street, and installation of 5,600 square feet of new sidewalk on Middle Ave. 2 more sidewalk improvement projects are from North Royalton. They submitted 2 projects this year. On State Road sidewalk from Ohio Turnpike Bridge to Valley Parkway, totaling $232,000. Their NOACA request is $185,000. The sidewalks would be on the west side of State Road with minor crosswalk improvements on Valley Parkway. And then their other project they submitted was also on State Road, but from Wallings Road to Lisa Lane. Their NOACA request was $376,000. Again, sidewalks installed on east side of State Road to connect the YMCA to the library. Oh, sorry, one more sidewalk improvement project from the city of North Ridgeville. Bagley Road sidewalk project, NOACA request for $472,000. It's the construction of 3,400 linear feet of 5-foot wide sidewalks with drainage improvements to relocate existing ditches and catch basins. The sidewalk would extend from the Drug Mart to Pepper Ridge Run on the south side of Bagley. Some pedestrian safety improvements. We have the city of Cleveland. They submitted Elevate Euclid Green pedestrian improvements with a NOACA request of $500,000. It's improvements to 1.25 miles of corridor of Euclid from Ivanhoe Road to Upper Valley Drive with high visibility crosswalks, mid-block crossings, median refuge islands, speed tables, etc. Then the city of East Cleveland submitted Euclid Avenue corridor improvements with a NOACA ask of $496,000. It's intersection improvements along Euclid at a few different side street intersections, Lakeview, Woodlawn, Auburndale, and Penrose. This would include crosswalks, widened sidewalks, intersection bump outs, etc.
Scott has some general comments for number 2.
Go for it.
With that being so localized, creating a bike lane, bus lane might be an issue because we like to see them connectivity over longer distance, especially if they're taking a through lane. And then the second thing is that if they put those bump outs in to create parking, ODOT doesn't fund future repaving in those parking lanes.
Okay.
Nice to know.
Yes, thank you. Adam, you making note of that, please? Thank you. A couple more pedestrian safety improvements. The city of Seven Hills submitted a Seven Hills pedestrian access improvement project with a NOACA request of $146,000. It would include pedestrian crossing improvements at Rockside Road and the Pinnacle intersection, Hillside Road, and Pleasant Valley. So a couple different locations there as well. I couldn't show them all, but that is the Pleasant Valley location and their proposed ADA ramps and crosswalks, etc. There would also be a multi-purpose trail connecting 2 neighborhoods in another section. I forget what those roads are. I apologize. City of Shaker Heights submitted Lee Road Complete Street Project with a NOACA request of $350,000. This would include pedestrian amenities, lighting, sidewalks, wayfinding, and streetscaping south of Van Aken. And this is part of their larger project on Lee Road. And lastly, we have some road diet projects that were submitted. We have a dual applicant with the cities of Cleveland Heights and East Cleveland. They submitted Taylor Road Reconfiguration Phase 2 with a NOACA request of $447,000. This reconfiguration of Taylor Road is to include bike lanes in the 2.1 mile section from Euclid Ave to East Cleveland to Euclid Heights Boulevard in Cleveland Heights, as you can see in the graphic there. The section between Monticello Boulevard and Euclid Heights Boulevard would be converted from 5 driving lanes to 3 with on-street parking and bike lanes. The GCRTA submitted Metro Health Line BRT enhancement with a NOACA request of $1 million. Between Alton Ave and Walton Ave, a road diet with curb bump outs, enhanced shelters, sidewalk widening, crosswalks, etc., and streetscape improvements on West 25th between Detroit Ave and Bridge Ave. The city of Painesville submitted a road diet project as well. Safety and streetscape enhancement project on South St. Clair Street with a NOACA ask of $425,000. This would include a road diet, crosswalk enhancements, traffic calming, bump outs, intersection reconfigurations, bike lanes, and sharrows. It's located in the historic downtown Painesville area around from their Veterans Park. So next steps, we'll receive input from the councils and they'll be included in the staff evaluation of the projects. Staff will present recommendations to Planning and Programming Committee in January, and the Board of Directors will make their decision in March. Thank you. Any questions? I know that was kind of fast.
Just as a side note, City of Painesville spent a lot of time with us on their planning process because we have a bunch of vehicles that use South St. Clair. So
I'm sorry, say that again?
I just wanted to make a note that for the Painesville project, they talked with us a lot in advance about the changes to that road because we use it quite a bit. So we're supportive of the project.
Okay, great. Yes, thank you for that.
Does anybody else have any questions or concerns? All right, thank you very much. We're going to move on to a memorandum of understanding for metropolitan transportation planning process from Ronnie.
Good morning. For the record, Ronnie Blackshear with NOACA staff. This is the memorandum of understanding for metropolitan transportation planning process. This item is for information only and there's no previous action. Federal law regarding metropolitan planning agreements requires a written agreement with each MPO and relevant state, DOT, and transit operators. In 2018, ODOT had an MOU which addressed performance management, but not other required aspects of metropolitan planning. ODOT has developed a MOU to comply with federal law. The MOU was circulated to all of the Ohio MPOs and the transit agencies to ensure compliance and statewide consistency. A finalized document is now available for signature by the MPOs and transit agencies, and ODOT's goal is to execute the MOU by the end of this year. There is no financial impact, and the next step is pending board approval on December 13th. Staff will submit the MOU to each transit agency for signature. I'll stand for any questions, and this item again is for information only.
Anybody have any questions? All right, thank you very much. Seeing none, we're going to move on to ODOT special solicitation guidance from Scott.
All right, thank you very much. So I will be going over a special solicitation for TAP funds. This is a one-time thing for right now. So there's no action requested. This is for information only. There was no previous action on this. So again, our ODOT central office. So again, I'm in District 3. I'm our District 3 planning engineer. We cover 8 counties, 2 of which are in the NOACA area, Medina and Lorain County. So our central office has a statewide TAP application. So I'll go into that. I'll go into the funding information, what type of projects and activities are eligible, who can apply, how the projects are going to be selected, and then the timeline for that. This image right here is what the application and information website looks like on ODOT's website. So again, this is Transportation Alternatives Funding, also known as TAP. This is not a new program. NOACA and other MPOs get an allocation of TAP funding every year that they use to fund various projects. However, we have additional funds in fiscal year 2025 and 2026 that are available, and we want to get those out to the local communities. So again, the focus is on funding for fiscal years 25 and 26. And so it's mostly to fund it's mostly to fund current infrastructure and non-infrastructure projects. And why is it special? So it's special because it's available regardless of whether you're inside or outside an MPO. Most of our statewide TAP applications are not available to MPOs, typically because the MPOs already received their funding and they distribute it themselves. This one, not the case. Any community in the state of Ohio, any LPA can submit for this. It's available for non-infrastructure projects, which is also unusual. Those who are familiar with safe routes to school are familiar with non-infrastructure type of projects. This is also open to non-infrastructure. And there's no local match unless the city has a population of over 200,000. So I believe Cleveland would be the only city in the region that would have a local match. And you can apply anytime. There is no deadline currently for this application. So projects that are eligible are plans and
Can I ask a
studies.
quick question about local match?
Sure.
Sorry to interrupt you. So since we're all transit folks and we don't have any population, how would local match be determined if we applied? Or are we not
I
eligible?
believe you. I don't believe you'd have to match because you're not a local without
Okay.
500,000. But I'm not 100% sure, and I will get to I'm just the messenger here. I don't know the answers, but I do have that. There's two people who are the experts and run the
Okay.
program at the end, and you can email them any
I
question.
was mainly asking like if RTA applied and they're in Cleveland, how
Yeah.
does that
So
work?
I don't know that technically the since the slide said there's no, if you're not a city over 200,000, and I mean, RTA is independent from the city of Cleveland, so I don't know that you'd have any match.
Okay, sorry for interrupting.
No, that's good. It's a good question. So plans and studies are eligible, data collection, education and promotion, like short-term infrastructure projects. So these are things that can be delivered that can begin construction or sell or award by June 30th, 2026. These can be existing projects that have a gap in funding too. So that's that's an easy thing for them to award, right? You have a project, there's a gap in funding, it meets all the TAP requirements. You can ask for additional funds. And then traditional infrastructure projects with engineering, design, or construction. So those, there's going to be a tighter criteria to award those. So again, diving into the details a little bit, so develop ped bike related plans like active transportation plans, school travel plans, things like that. And then data collection related to walking or biking, another thing that can be funded. And then education and promotion. An example that central office really likes is NOACA street supplies program. So things like that. I know we work with Lorain County Health, and they do a lot of like walk, bike type activities in the non-infrastructure portion of safe routes to school. So programs like that. And then again, those short-term infrastructure projects, those quick hitters, they can be delivered fast. Ideally, no right-of-way, no utility relocations, things like that. And then the traditional infrastructure projects, those are going to be heavily scrutinized by location. They're looking for those being on state and US bike routes, and ones with high level of traffic stress. So those traditional infrastructure projects are eligible, but they're going to be scrutinized by location. Where the short-term ones, if you can get it delivered by June 30th, 2026, you got a good chance. So who can apply? So for the non-infrastructure, any political subdivision, and then other nonprofit agencies with support from a political subdivision can also apply. If you're not sure, again, Kate and Jeff are the contacts. You can ask them. And then infrastructure has to be supported by a jurisdiction with the appropriate maintenance authority, meaning what you traditionally think of as a local public agency or LPA. And then again, whether you're inside or outside an MPO, you can apply for this, unlike the typical TAP program. So again, applications are going to be reviewed by a committee. Selection will be based on improving statewide goals. Again, priority will be given to non-infrastructure, short-term projects that can be delivered quickly. And then again, those areas in high demand for active transportation. Projects that are identified that you already have a local plan. Like if you already have a school transportation, a school travel plan, or several communities in the area already have active transportation plans. If you already have those established, those can be good projects as well. And again, for traditional infrastructure projects, you're gonna be focused on the state and US bike route system. So again, there's a lot of frequently asked questions. I believe those are included in the packet, and there's a lot more online as well. But it's fairly wide open. And again, there's the application. That's what the website looks like. If you go to the website, it'll have this little town square thing in the middle. You'll know you're at the right place. And if you have any questions specifically, you can go to district contact. So Neil is here from District 12. And then our District 3 representative is Jeremy Adato. If you're from Lorain or Medina County and you've ever done Safe Routes to School, he's our Safe Routes to School person. And so again, the opportunity offers 100% federal funding for reimbursement of eligible costs, unless you're Cleveland in this case. And so again, this is the contact information here. So Kate and Jeff. Kate is in the statewide safety program in central office. She does a really nice job. And then Jeff Shaner is in the statewide LPA section.
Do you know the total amount of funds available are?
I do not. No. And then again, there's going to be kind of a last call when the application round closes, but there is no deadline date right now. But there will be a last call. We haven't gotten that last call yet. So yep, we look forward to receiving your applications.
The projects that are pulled up over 3 million line.
36 million for the whole state or for the region?
Probably the whole state. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
All right. Thanks.
We'll move on to calendar year 2025 safety performance measure targets from Ali.
Good morning. Yeah, your council approved this, but we went to next one and there were some question about percentage of the reduction. Then we went to the subcommittee and then they approved. We went up to the planning programming and they were increased slightly, but one of the mayors asked the question of the mathematically how we can get to the 0%. And I realized I had done it a few years ago for long range. So I came back and I said, okay, let's start and look into the different approach, because there were some requests from the members to change and look into the better percentage of reduction for the, so you have seen these slides last time. We are talking about the safety performance management. This is a part of the MAP and the FAST Act. I mean, considering the time, I'm going a bit faster. So we have got talking 5 performance measures: serious injuries, number of non-motorized fatality and serious injuries, and same thing with the rate of the 100 million VMT. So the question was, state ODOT, generally DOT is required to adopt target annually, and MPO can have 180 days either to accept that or provide alternative quantifiable targets for the region. So we're taking the second, and the question was when, how we can get to the zero vision, what is basically our target. And this came up with this slide. I called it equal annual reduction. So assumption is vision 0, vision year is a 2050, and vision 0, vision target is 0. So if we use that, the performance measures, and divide it by the number of years we have got to get there. So for example, for a fatality in 2023, why I use the 2020, because 2024 is not available yet. So 151 fatalities, and from 2020 to 2050, 27 years, then you come with every year equal annual reductions of 5.6 fatalities. Translating this to the in terms of the percentage. As we go through the percentage and the numbers come down, and then obviously the percentages go up. So somewhere, you know, if you look at the last, you can't see probably, I can't see from here, but the last parts, because the fatalities in mathematical sense, it comes down to 11, 12, so it's a 50%. So a percentage increases. So based on that, right now, the data we have got for 2023 is 151 for the fatalities, 1.13 for the rate of the 100 million VMT, 1,290 serious injuries in our region, and serious injuries rate for per 100 million VMT is 9.69, and non-motorized 179. Now, if we go to this calculation, every year we have to deduct, you can see 5.6 fatalities, 0.042 for the 100 million VMT, 47.8, and 0.359 rate for the 100 million in the serious injuries, and 6.6 for non-motorized every year. That then becomes a target based on this reduction is a 3.8% reduction, and this brings down to target of the 100 for 2025, calendar year 2025, 145 for the fatalities. Fatality rate per 100 million is a 1.05, and 1,194 is the serious injuries, and serious injuries rate is for 100 million VMT is 8.97, and non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries hopefully come down to 165. So that's what the update. We are going to take these numbers to the board on December 13th, and pending board approval, the long-range plan and tip safety-related targets will be updated.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions? Seeing none. Thanks, Ali. We'll hear from you again here for the NOACA Household Travel Survey update.
Okay, no action is requested. This is item for presentation and discussion. And we started last year for this household survey, which happens every 10 years. And target was 1% sample out of about 900,000 households in our region. This was included the border with the Summit and Portrait County. And as you know, when we say household travel survey, we always randomly sample households. And for this procedure, we started recruiting households through the online, and then collected their demographic information. Then we assigned them a travel date. Then they were supposed to go on that travel date and report what kind of trips they made on that travel that day, using through the smartphone application. This was the application we sent them, and then everybody received this, and we went there. Through this, we started first 1,500 last year, 1,500 households, which was about 7% recruited households, but we expected more than that. So the consultant realized they're not going to get with this rate to the 1% household, and they're not going to meet the target. So they increased the number of the mailing from 300,000 to 500,000 households, hoping that they're going to achieve 9,000 completed survey. So mail to a random sample of the 500,000 households. Then first, this was in the spring, travel date was 27th February. The last one was before the closure of the schools and summer, it was June. So we recruited about 11,000, the 12,000 nearly, and the total of the 6,000 survey completed, but it wasn't 1%. So the consultant went back again and fall and asked for more. Then we started again 140,000 in the August and September. So the completed additional was about 2,000 surveys. So we got the 1% after this. So now we have got completed the total of the completed survey is 8,000. And you can see they recruited 16,000. Out of this, 50%, almost 50% responded and completed the travel day. And then this is about 1%, which we rounded up. If you round up, it becomes 1%, and we accepted that as a final. So in terms of this, I show you how much time I've got. I show you some preliminary data, but I will come back to you, or consultant next time is going to come back and show more data. But the target was, as you see on the left, in the middle column was showing the target for goals of each county, and the retrieval data, it was almost matching with each one. So we went through all the 5 counties, including, as I said, Portage and Summit, for the borders with our counties. So we looked at this, and this shows, the chart shows the race and ethnicity. You can see about 87% white, and there's a 9% Black or African American, and there's a small percentage of the Hispanic and the others, and the people, there's a 0%. They say they didn't want to. So average of the 0.43 children per household. These are key statistics, but you have to consider this is unweighted, is going to be weighted by using the ACS, American Community Survey, but this is just then average of the 7.8 daily trips per households. This is the raw data. And then 6.4%, they didn't make any trips. Then distribution, this shows the distribution of the household size. Expected 2 people is higher than the others, but there are some now, compared with 10 years ago, there are more 1-person households. And then we go 3% and so on. Yes.
Did you say that this was Summit and the 5 in the region, and what other?
5 counties,
Okay,
plus we have got a border with the Summit,
okay,
because there are some people, they make trip to come to our county for work,
Okay.
for for the
that's
shopping.
what I,
and things.
okay,
Yeah, so we don't do it all the Summit and Portage, but there's a border on the Medina and the Geauga. There's a couple of miles up there. We asked them about a small percentage of those people to
okay.
respond to our survey.
Thank you for the clarification.
Then for each similar pattern, I'm going to go a bit faster. Here you can see the dark blue is the ACS from 2018 and 2022. But next time when you see the data, we are going to look at the 2023 data, ACS data. So our sample, it was almost matching with the ACS data. And this is the Cuyahoga. And then similar pattern for household size. Then we go to Geauga. Again, you can see the numbers are very similar. Lorain and Medina. And that's the portion of the Portage and Summit. Again, then vehicle availability, whether they have a car or they don't have a car. And again, the highest one is 2 vehicles per households. Is about roughly 40% of the households. 2 cars, then a small percentage of they don't have cars. And again, similar pattern in each county. Geauga has got higher percentage of the car ownership, 2-car ownership, and Lake as well. Again, these are based on our expectation. Lorain and Medina, outer counties have got higher number of the 2 vehicles compared with the Cuyahoga County. Similar pattern for Portage and Summit. Then workers distribution is 2 workers, 1 worker. Most of the households, about 37% is 1 workers per household. You can see the similar pattern goes to each county. And it matches workers, actually is a good match with a ACS. Geauga and Lake, then Lorraine and Medina is a smaller than the one worker, is 2 workers per households. Portage and Summit, then household income distribution. You can see is every, $10,000, $15,000 per household. Again, fairly, most is in the, again, in the middle or towards the high end, over the 100,000. So these are for a whole region. Then Cuyahoga County, it goes with a percentage of the fairly evenly distributed, I say, Cuyahoga County, but on the outer counties, the higher income is more. Medina 26%, Lorraine 19% is over 100,000. I mean, obviously that comes from because of the 2 workers in households, so higher in this region, in these counties compared to the Cuyahoga County. Portage, Summit, then these are the socioeconomic data for this. Then we go to next time when we come here, probably we will have more trip and transportation related data, which we will use this data to calibrate our model, the forecasting model we have got, and for any other applications, we use this.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions? Seeing none, that is the end of our informational items. We'll go to reports. I don't have any specific reports, but I don't know, we have, in the past, we've gone around the table and just given updates. I don't know if we want to do that, if anybody has any fun and exciting updates.
I actually do, and it has to do with Transit Council Medina. We've been going round and round between RTA and Medina. Medina is now rural. What are they eligible for? We've talked to ODOT, we've talked to FDA several times. And where we are now is, and this has to do with our UZA funding, we are going to have a meeting in December, Shannon, about giving them funds for the 251, which is a bus route that goes from Cleveland and goes into Medina to Laurel Square, basically mid-Medina County. $25,000 to fund that in 25. We may, if we would use the unserved, as you recall, the underserved funds, we gave some to Geauga. And then you and Lake Trent and RTA split the rest. So we may, if my management says, okay, give you enough money to run the 251, and then we have to figure out whether or not we want to go back and amend the 25. I think we'll just give it to them and make note of it if Raj lets me. But for 26, when do the UZA funding, you should come in for underserved, I'm just saying. So I'm sorry, it's a long way of saying it, but trying to give you some money.
Well, it's not really giving us money. It's providing service to the people that are traveling within our county. So just another note on top of that, we run the Brunswick UZA, essentially, which is Cleveland's UZA. And that is a service that we're going to continue to provide, but not at any additional expense to our county. So that's really sustaining service that's already in place. It's not giving us anything.
Right, but
So I
it's
just want to clarify
paying
that.
for it. It's
Yeah.
just paying for it. And
We've been paying for it all this time. The service is there, it's needed, but it's been an invisible cost to us because it's just an exchange. But
right.
this basically sustains a service that may go away if we don't
Yeah,
do
it
what
would
you're
probably
doing.
go
So I
away.
appreciate it.
And from the data that, our HL just provided and what we're getting,
Right.
people want to go inter-county. So,
Well, and that goes into, I was just going to say that that came up in the coordinated transportation plan where they were surprised that we provided that service, that we together, they didn't really know it. I almost mentioned it in the RLS plan, but that is already a county service, county to county service that has been in place for a long, long time. And I think people, it's a work program vehicle. So I just want to say thank you. And I hope to get that solidified soon, so you don't have to hear from Joel anymore.
Raj, our CFO.
Okay. All right. Our update is, January 24th will be the ribbon cutting of our new facility project. So everyone is invited for the party. I will be high or something. No. Yes. Any other reports or updates from anybody? Anything from ODOT? Okay. All right. Do we have any old business? Any new business? Can I have a motion to adjourn? I want to be here all weekend.
I'll second.
All right. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, thank you. Our next meeting is Friday. Well, this says our next meeting is Friday, February 21st, but we may have one in December, it sounds like. Oh, email. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a good holiday season.
presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off by using the red button on the top of them. They are on when the light is green. Okay. So we'll have the approval of minutes from the August 16th, 2024 meeting. Are there any corrections or additions? Okay, can I have a motion to approve? Okay, a second? All in favor? All opposed? The motion is approved. Okay, has anyone signed in to speak today? No one? Okay. There being none, we will move on to the next agenda item. Is there an executive director's report? No? Okay. There are no action items for this meeting, and there are no future action items. So we have presentations for information. The first one is third quarter SFY 2025 project planning reviews. Adam Allen is presenter.
Good morning, everyone. Adam Allen, planner in the programming division. I am presenting our third quarter state fiscal year 2025 PPR project planning reviews. This is for presentation and discussion only. The purpose of the PPR process is to assess if a proposed project helps achieve NOACA's vision and goals and is consistent with NOACA's planning requirements and oversight agency requirements. So as part of that, these projects go through staff review. They go through these committees for input, which is why I'm presenting today. They'll also go through an intergovernmental review and consultation process. And we post all of the project information on our website for public feedback. So we are in that teal project planning review stage for the projects to ultimately then go on the long-range transportation plan, the TIP, and then on to implementation. So there are two projects for PPR review this quarter. The first one is, it's a part of the major long-term Interbelt modernization plan. This is the central interchange phase. It's an interchange rehabilitation project. It is a $280 million project. There are not NOACA-specific funds committed to the project, although there are federal funds. And essentially, for the project description, I'm going to go ahead and show you the map. This is a change in the scope of the project because of the demolition of the former Cuyahoga County Juvenile Justice Center. That's the area, this light blue tealy area here. When this plan was initially developed, it was built around that site, and actually the demolition of that site enabled some pretty significant bicycle and pedestrian improvements, specifically along this East 22nd Street bridge that's being redone as part of it. And this went through an extensive public outreach process in Cleveland, but essentially as a result of this site being demolished, they were able to retool how some of the streets around it would interact with East 22nd Street. And mainly these pedestrian and bicycle facility improvements on East 22nd Street, in basically due to the space opened up by the demolition of that site. So it's essentially a change in the project scope due to the demolition of that site and that site becoming available as part of the overall infrastructure site. And it's yeah, so it's the interchange rehabilitation scope change specifically for the East 22nd Street improvements. Any comments on that project? Okay. The second project it's part of the overall, I'm sorry, it's part of the overall Irish Town Bend initiative. So this specific project, and again, I'm going to go to the map, is for the Franklin Avenue enhancements. So Franklin Avenue is being kind of retooled as part of the overall Irish Town Bend Park initiative, as well as the Lake Link Trail. So the Franklin Avenue enhancements will be done concurrently with the Lake Link Trail, and it will involve streetscape and bicycle and pedestrian enhancements along Franklin Boulevard, which were not initially included in the overall port stabilization project. It includes a congressionally directed spending, which was requested by NOACA, although the costs are not direct NOACA funds. So about $938,000 there. Any comments on this project? Okay, so any further comments received in any additional councils will become part of the review process as we move forward.
Next agenda item is SF 2026 to 2029 tip. Projects recommended for NOACA funds. Ed May is the presenter.
Thank you. Good morning. I am presenting the projects recommended for NOACA funding for the state fiscal year 26 to 29 Transportation Improvement Program. No action is being requested. This is an item that is being presented to the advisory councils for information. This specifically is for the projects recommended to be funded with NOACA funds for the 2026 to 2029 tip. The item has been recommended by the Planning and Programming Committee and the Executive Committee. As you know, we have presented the criteria and the methodology for evaluating projects to the advisory councils, the Transportation Subcommittee, the Planning and Programming Committee for their information and input. We are developing our overall tip, which will be presented to the board in March of 2025 and will go into effect on July 1 of calendar year 2025. The tip will include road, bridge, public transit, and other transportation projects scheduled for implementation, and that will be supported by federal funds through ODOT, the transit agency's allocations, and then also NOACA's base allocations, those being the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program, the Transportation Alternatives Funding, and the Carbon Reduction Program funds, which provides funds for the projects designed to reduce transportation emissions. With respect to the Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Program, projects have been approved for the statewide CMAQ program funds. The most recent application round was back in December of 2023. So the CMAQ funded projects are already determined through 2029. Just a quick review, providing you some background on the process and the methodology. There wound up being about over 900 roadway, bridge, and system enhancements identified through our process, totaling over $3 billion. In order to develop the program of projects to be funded with NOACA funds, we evaluated the identified needs in accordance with our approved methodology. So as to advance or elevate those projects that best represented the priorities contained in our plan, and also align with the established state and federal transportation management initiatives. Quick review of our process. This process that we used is the same process we've been using. The methodology involved the following steps. First, we identified the needs and assembled a potential project universe. That was the raw list of needs. Second, we then screened those needs against the ENEO 2050 priorities and established policies with respect to bridge condition, congestion, pavement condition, safety, et cetera. Then we coordinated that with our program with the regional and local project sponsors and communities to just review that universe with them to see how it lined up with their priorities. Then step 4 was filtering off the top 25% of the NOACA Transportation Asset Management projects. And then we incorporated into with that, or added to that, all the other NOACA plan list projects adopted by the board, including safety, congestion, and transportation alternatives projects. And then finally, we evaluated the projects against the regional significance criteria and the planning criteria, as well as other considerations. So, like I said, we did evaluate these qualifying projects against the approved regional significance criteria, the planning criteria, and other considerations, looking at that transportation facility in terms of how important it was to regional travel, regional destinations, and looking at it through a regional lens, a county perspective, and a community-based perspective. The qualifying projects were evaluated against bicycle pedestrian networks and or TLCI recommendations, that is, facilities that aligned with our ENEO bicycle projects, existing and active bicycle infrastructure, TLCI and safe routes to school study recommendations, as well as some pedestrian infrastructure. So this next slide, this is actually, I know you're not able to really see this too well, but this table is contained in your materials on page 18. But if in looking at this, there are a number of projects that do align with these things. For example, we looked at whether a facility aligned with a recommended planned or proposed ENEO bicycle facility, like conventional bike lanes or buffered bike lanes. And along that line, we're looking at the projects like item number 1, that's the East 66th Street bike and ped improvements. Martin Luther King, that's item 9. I won't go through all of these, but I just wanted to point out some of these, and you can look at that in your materials as well. State Route 640 in East Lake, and also US 322 in Mayfield Heights and so forth. So these were ones that have either planned or potential bicycle accommodation or pedestrian accommodation that we can incorporate into it if the circumstances are more permitted. So also we looked at these road facilities or these enhancement type projects to see if it would support other recommended, planned, or proposed ENEO bike facilities or active bicycle transportation or pedestrian infrastructure, such as all-purpose trails, or again, buffered bike lane or separated bike lanes. In this instance, we're talking about the Euclid Creek Phase 3 from Chardon Road to St. Clair Avenue. That's item number 2. Item number 3 is the Slavic Village downtown connector north from East 14th to Roseville Court. Item 4 showing here is the Lake Clifton connector running from Linden Street to Webb Road. And so this type of these types of considerations were given. And then also there were a number of pedestrian infrastructure projects that you'll see here. Greenwich Road in Westfield Center, State Route 283 in I believe Timberlake, and then there's a intersection improvement in Franklin, Columbus, and Carter Road, the intersection there, and then finally a Sheffield Lake sidewalk improvements. So we looked at these identified in plans and or initiatives such as the TLCI or recommendations that came out of any of those that might have come out of there. So the result of all this was we wound up making recommendations for 31 projects totaling about $84 million in SDBG, TA, and CRP funding, spreading across 27 different communities or regional agencies within the 5 counties. These recommendations, again, are included in your materials on page 18. With respect to the impact of these projects recommended for this NOACA funding overall, we'll be able to resurface or improve or enhance about 23 miles of roadway, improve 3 intersections, improve 4,000 square feet of deck area for 2 bridge structures, construct about 4 miles, give or take, of streetscape and or bicycle pedestrian improvements, and then replace 4 rail cars. And finally, continued support for the Irishtown Bend Slope Stabilization Project. So the project recommendations for the SDBG, the TA, and the CRP funding will be presented to the Board of Directors for approval at its December 2024 meeting. Upon approval, we will then work with the respective project sponsors of the approved projects to finalize the scope and the schedule and the budget of these projects to get them programmed. And these then will be incorporated into the full tip, which will be presented to the Planning and Programming Committee in January for their recommendation to the board, and then to the Board of Directors in March of 2025. And that that's it. Any questions?
All right, Jacob, I'm sorry.
I do have one question. It might just be not familiar with the projects, but looking at line 11, the Ridge Road resurfacing, as well as line 14, the resurfacing of Rockside Road. I'm over in those areas quite a bit, and it looks like, you know, they're 28 or 29 programmed out, but how do you determine which roads need resurfacing? When I drive through areas, there's many more roads that are in much worse shape than those two, and I feel like portions of those have been redone recently. So I was just curious.
Oh, well, we did coordinate with the communities and actually got their input as to, you know, ones that we were going to recommend. As far as the pavement condition, you know, one of those filters that we start with are pavement conditions that are of a PCR of 70 or less. So I don't know specifically what this PCR was, but I would say that that probably falls into that category. And then the other thing is the significance of that facility in relation to, you know, the regional travel and regional destinations and, you know, the impact that it would have. So yes, there are other roadways that are in far worse condition, but perhaps don't offer that that regional impact or significance.
Can I ask Ed you another question? Doesn't traffic volume play into that formula or not?
Well, it factors into the pavement condition rating. So it's a variable. It's not a sole determinant, but it does factor into that.
One follow-up question. How will NOACA's complete streets policy that was adopted a few years ago kind of apply to some of these kind of just ones that just say resurfacing? Is there any kind of review evaluation around safety metrics for road users outside of motor vehicles within those projects?
Well, yes, there's that potential. And with respect to all of these resurfacing projects, which primarily is what these are, in those circumstances, we still are going to look to incorporate some, you know, lower cost countermeasures, you know, like crosswalks and maybe not necessarily bicycle lanes, but perhaps sharrows or things of that nature. Just and that usually comes out when we do the scope meetings, where in that initial scope meeting there is that potential. Sometimes it can be refuted right there, but it is something that we would want them to explore.
And then just one more comment. I know that the City of Independence for that line 14 in Rockside Road, and I know they were awarded a federal Safe Streets and Roads for All grant to do a safety action plan for their community. So I just want to put it on, I guess, NOACA's radar, and I guess all of our radar, that through that process could be an opportunity to improve Rockside Road for other road users, since they're going to get $4 million in 2029 for implementation.
Most definitely, yes.
All right, if there are no other questions. Okay, we'll move on to the next. Next presentation, SFY 2025, applications for TLCI implementation projects. Ms. Leah Telepack.
Morning. My name is Leah Telepack. I'm in the programming division, and I'm going to be presenting to you the applications we got for this round of TLCI implementation. No action is requested, just for information and discussion. As you all know, background of TLCI is to improve livability in Northeast Ohio communities, support the vision of NOACA's regional strategic plan and long-range plan, provide federal funding assistance to local communities, and support planning that leads to implementation. We opened the application round in August of this year and closed it early October. We received 16 implementation applications with a total request of $8 million. We didn't do planning applications this round. Recently, we did virtual presentations with the applicants, and project solicitation and evaluation will be conducted in accordance with TLCI policy, and our budget is $2 million. Here's a list of the 16 applications, the communities, their projects, the cost, etc. And I'm going to go through them. They are organized by project type. So we're going to start with connector trail projects. We have City of Bedford submitted their Viaduct Commons Connector Trail Phase 2, asking for $500,000. It's a 10-foot wide path, 0.35 miles, multi-purpose trail rather, on Willis going southeast from North Park Drive to East Taylor. It would include 5 ADA ramps, relocation of 3 hydrants, 1 utility pole, and 50 linear feet of storm pipe. And there's a rendering right below there. City of Euclid submitted their Euclid Heritage Trail project, requesting $1.8 million to transform 4,500 feet of sidewalk along Euclid Ave into a 10-foot wide multi-purpose trail. It would connect between Cleveland Metro Park's Euclid Creek Reservation and the city's Hero Park. And you can see that rendering below that description. A couple more connector trail projects. The City of Lorraine submitted their Oakwood Connector South Lorraine Library Trail, requesting $315,000. It would be an 11-foot wide trail connecting Oakwood Park to their South Lorraine Library, and that's represented in the graphic with the orange. And then the City of Maple Heights submitted Stafford Park Connectivity Project Phase 1, requesting $384,000. It would include enhancements to a trailhead from Warrensville Center Road, replacing a metal guardrail with a natural buffer allowing non-vehicular travel, an entryway, pedestrian crosswalk, lighting, seating, landscaping. And you can see that project area in the cloud shape there, and how it connects. It would help connect to the middle school. We have some sidewalk improvement projects that were submitted. The City of Berea submitted Front Street Sidewalk Connection Project, requesting $266,000. It would be 120 feet of new sidewalk to fill a gap on the west side of Front Street, including a walk ramp to connect proposed sidewalk with a pedestrian bridge over Rocky River, including installation of retaining walls and hand railings. And that's that red and blue area in the graphic there. And then the City of Elyria submitted Downtown Elyria Multimodal Investment Safety and Connection Project Phase 7, requesting $292,000. There's a couple project locations represented in the red rectangles. It would be replacement of 10,670 square feet of existing sidewalk and installation of 5,600 square feet of new sidewalk on Middle Ave. Some more sidewalk projects. We have 2 applications submitted by North Royalton, both for sidewalk on State Road. The first is State Road sidewalk from Ohio Turnpike Bridge to Valley Parkway, requesting $185,000. The sidewalks installed on the west side of State Road with minor crosswalk improvements on Valley Parkway. And then sidewalks on State Road from Wallings Road to Lisa Lane, requesting $376.9 thousand. Sidewalks on the east side of State Road connecting the YMCA to the library. And one more sidewalk project from the city of North Ridgeville on Bagley Road, requesting $472,000. Construction of 3,400 linear feet of 5-foot wide sidewalk with drainage improvements to relocate existing ditches and catch basins. And this sidewalk would be from the Drug Mart to Pepper Ridge Run. We have some pedestrian safety improvements projects that were submitted. First, from the city of Cleveland, their project Elevate Euclid Green Pedestrian Improvements, requesting $500,000. This would be improvements to 1.25 miles of corridor on Euclid from Ivanhoe Road to Upper Valley Drive. It would include high visibility crosswalks, mid-block crossing beacons and median refuge islands, speed tables, and streetscape enhancements. And the black bold line there is the project area. City of East Cleveland submitted Euclid Avenue TLCI corridor improvements, requesting $496,000. This would include intersection improvements along Euclid at a few side street locations such as Lakeview, Woodlawn, Auburndale, and Penrose, as you can see in the graphic there. This would include crosswalks, widened sidewalks, intersection bump outs, narrowing of existing lanes, bike and bus lanes, and a median in Woodlawn. A few more pedestrian safety improvement projects. We have one from the city of Seven Hills, the Pedestrian Access Improvement Project, with a request of $146,000. This would be pedestrian crossing improvements at a few different locations: Rockside Road and Pinnacle, Hillside Road, and Pleasant Valley, and also a multi-purpose trail about 475 linear feet, 8-foot wide, connecting from Orchard View Road to Meadow Lane Road. The city of Shaker Heights submitted Lee Road Complete Street Project, requesting $350,000. This would include pedestrian amenities, lighting, sidewalks, wayfinding, and streetscaping south of Van Aken. Then lastly, we have road diet submissions. We have a joint application with the city of Cleveland Heights and East Cleveland, Taylor Road Reconfiguration Phase 2, requesting $448,000 for the reconfiguration of Taylor Road to include bike lanes in 2.1 miles section from Euclid Ave in East Cleveland to Euclid Heights Boulevard in Cleveland Heights. Section between Monticello Boulevard and Euclid Heights Boulevard would be converted from 5 driving lanes to 3 with on-street parking and bike lanes. And the project area is in that fuchsia color there. GCRTA submitted Metro Health Line BRT enhancement requesting $1 million between Alphen Ave and Walton Ave, a road diet with curb bump outs, enhanced shelters, sidewalk widening, crosswalks, etc., and streetscape improvements on West 25th between Detroit Ave and Bridge Ave with median island landscaping. Another road diet project we got from the city of Painesville is their safety and streetscape enhancement project on South St. Clair Street. They're requesting $425,000. This would include a road diet, crosswalk enhancements, traffic calming, bump outs, intersection reconfigurations, bike lanes and sharrows, and this is located in their historic downtown Painesville near their Veterans Park. So next steps, input received from councils will be included in the staff evaluation of the projects. Staff will present recommendations to Planning and Programming Committee in January, and then the Board of Directors is anticipated to make their final recommendations in March of 2025. Any questions, comments? Yes, Thomas Jordan. Yes, so it's 80% federally funded and then locally matched 20%, but there is exceptions for communities that are in disadvantaged areas or environmental justice areas. I don't believe so. We try to tell in the application solicitation that there is a program budget of 2 million. So just be aware of that when you're making your project cost request. What do you mean a limit on this program? Correct. We can consider that. Yeah. We can consider that for sure. Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Okay, there are no other questions. I think we can move on to the next agenda item. The Regional Metro Parks Trail Connections Study Update, Matt Hills.
Morning, everyone. This is just for discussion purposes today. For everybody's memory refresh, this study covers the entire NOACA service area and involves all 5 Metro Park districts that cover each of those 5 counties. This is a large study area with lots of partners, lots of stakeholders. So we've organized it in this manner with the project team there, including the consultant team and the park districts. We have a technical team that has been invited to periodic meetings, and we have also engaged with stakeholders and the BPEC as we are here today doing. This project is focusing on partnership with everybody because this is a lot of work to be done and can't be done without agreements, collaboration, and partners working together across the region. We are focused on environmental justice. This project also is focused on resiliency. You'll see that coming up in the goals. But any recommendation coming out of this is going to be evaluated for its full feasibility. The goals that you have seen in the past have been categorized into the 3 groups of connectivity and access, pulling in all modes of transportation and connecting to all destinations of significance, and then also reducing our environmental impact across the region with adding more trails and moving towards non-fossil fuel type of transportation. The whole point of this complicated graphic is to show the levels of process involved and the 3 phases that the project has been broken into. Last time I was here, we summarized the existing conditions work. Right now, we're in the thick of the 2nd phase there that you see based on developing the proposed trail network. And then for the first 4 months of next year, we'll focus on the implementation plan for this planning process. So as I mentioned, we've been hard at work on developing the network and recommendations based on that work. You saw this graphic last time if you were here during the last BPAC meeting. The first 3 groups there that you see were representing our work during the existing conditions phase. Now we are in the trail development, and take a look here in this red box here. This describes the evaluation process that we're going through. We are working on a data-focused evaluation and assessment to determine where trails should go. That's going to be based on quantitative criteria that you'll see in a moment. Also, you'll see underneath there, we also have qualitative criteria that we're working on. So keep that qualitative data criteria in mind as we work through in these next few slides. So based on the quantitative data analysis, we have the categories that you see on the left-hand side there, and we organize those into those 3 categories that you see in the middle. And we developed trip potential analyses within those 3 categories. So for the first one, connecting to parks, and that's really connecting residential areas to parks, and then also existing trails and existing rail corridors. When you put all that GIS data together and you look at those criteria, this is what we found coming out of that analysis. What you see in the brightest colors, or what looks like yellow here, is where there is the highest potential for the greatest number of trips. And then as the colors get darker into the purple range, that's where it is lowest. So this started to inform us as to where we should look at presenting or proposing trails to maximize trip potential based on those criteria. That second group is looking at the density of jobs and the density of population, and in particular, the density of disadvantaged communities or environmental justice areas. Now, you can see here that at joints between the different counties, there is not a flow of those results. And that was intentional because we did this on a county by county basis because we didn't want one county's data to sway another county's data. So for instance, if we're thinking about the population density and quantity within Cuyahoga County, if that analysis were done across the entire region, everything would skew towards Cuyahoga County. So that is why we did this on a county by county basis. And then thirdly, we looked at proximity to destinations, transit stops, commercial centers, libraries, schools, healthcare areas, and came up with this result here. So if you really wanted to focus on this, you'd have to spend a lot of time doing that. But we ended up putting all of these together into one composite map, and it looks something like this. So we used these 4 different analyses, trip potential analyses, to start evaluating where trails should be proposed. Sometimes we used the composite when we were zeroing in on a specific county or a specific area. Sometimes we went back to one of the other maps just to compare what each of those looked like in order to determine where it made the most sense to put trails in or to recommend trails. As I mentioned before, we also looked at qualitative categories. And so why are these different categories considered qualitative? And when we think about qualitative, these are categories that really need human input, human thought. They are not categories that are associated directly with data. We can't just put numbers into the GIS assessment and think about, for example, on the bottom there, brownfield locations. Why is that? Just talking about brownfields as an example, sometimes brownfields might be something that we want to avoid because they have not been rehabilitated and they are a hazard to the human population. Sometimes, however, those brownfield locations have been cleaned up to one degree or another, and they are now a preferred route potentially for trails to connect point A to point B. So that's where we needed to have human input and to think through that and all these other criteria. So how did we do that human thought process? We met on a county by county basis in a series of stakeholder workshops. So here's a screen capture from the recorded meeting with Lake County individuals. Each of these workshops had the park district associated with that county and then stakeholders within each of those counties. You can see this committee's very own Jim Zimnick there in the top right-hand corner. And we just went throughout each of those piece by piece of each county saying, okay, the consultant team recommends a trail here. Is that a good idea, bad idea? Why? Should we look at alternatives? If there were some clear alternatives that we thought might be A, B, or C to get from one point to another, we said, which one of these seems to make the most sense? And so that was the type of conversation that we had in order to determine what made the most sense. you know, my having living in this area for most of my lifetime, I had a pretty good idea of where some things made sense, but then these workshops really got down into the meat of, well, each park district has been studying this county for years and years and really understands the local context, local politics, people who are very interested in certain things happening, and other constraints and challenges that we have to take into consideration. We didn't stop there just on the county basis for that 2-hour workshop for each county. After those workshops took place, we figured out that we really need to focus even more closely on each county. And so we met again with specific stakeholders for each county and got into some of the details, greater details. So this screen capture here is a good example of our conversation with the city of Shaker Heights when Joyce reached out to us and said, "Hey, Matt, I really need to talk with you about some very specific areas that we've been studying for a while." And so as we went through these conversations, we made notes on the map, made adjustments in the proposed alignments, and continued to work through the process that way. So we've talked about data input and analysis. We've talked about stakeholder and county level analysis and input, but we also need to talk with the general public for a variety of reasons. And so we've been in the middle of that now in a variety of different ways. All of you here should have received some promotional material and information on the current online survey that is out there currently. If anybody has not received that, please let me know, because we want to get it to, we want to get the word out to as many people across all 5 counties as possible, because we would love as much participation in this survey as possible. So please continue to get the word out. It's working. When we checked, you know, the survey had been open for about a week and a half, and we had about 500 responses so far. We want to keep that pace up so that we have thousands of responses, we hope, by the end of the survey time, which is currently December 20th. If you haven't visited the survey yet, please do. When you do, you will see something like this come up. There are questions on the right-hand side, and there is an interactive map on the left-hand side. So the questions are pretty prescriptive, asking for specific answers, but then this interactive map will give you and other participants a chance to put a virtual Post-it note on the map and say, I like this idea, I don't like this idea. Have you thought about that idea? Fortunately, those little orange clouds that you see there, little balloons, symbolize a comment that's been made. When you open up the survey now, you will see that this map has been covered with orange Post-it notes, if you will. So that's great. We're getting lots of input. But this is interactive, so when this comes up, if someone says, I can't see the map, just zoom in with your mouse or your trackpad, and you will get to see the detailed information. 2 nights ago, actually 2 days ago, we had a dual session community meeting in person. We located it in Parma, which was really the geographic center of the study area. And we had some pretty good participation. And so that was an opportunity for people to talk to us face to face in person, and again, put comments on the map and have some in-person interaction. Any questions? Ms. Davis.
Yeah, I had 2 questions. One is ODOT released their active transportation need analysis for the state in the last couple of years. And I'm curious why that wasn't included in your analysis process of like looking, I think it includes things like access to a vehicle, like folks living in poverty, number of seniors, number of children, like people that would be more likely to be like forced to rely on active transportation. So just curious that, and then I can let you answer and go to my next one.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I'm honing in on your question about seniors and children. One of the categories that I didn't get into detail because it was covered back in the existing conditions analysis time was level of traffic stress. The intent for this project is to make recommendations to achieve the lowest traffic stress possible and ideally an LTS of 1. And because of that goal, any recommendations we make are for separated trails only, 10-foot wide paved trails, 2-foot clear on each side, in order to work towards that LTS of 1. So that's a different way of achieving what I think is the same goal of trying to make it as accessible to as many people as possible.
I guess the 18E looks at is like where those folks are living. And so like allowing us to think about like how we could prioritize facilities near those people, but I appreciate focusing on LCS 1. The other question I'm wondering is with the online survey, I think it's great that we're trying to reach people online, but I know for our transportation process in Cleveland, we compared demographics between our online engagement and our in-person engagement, and like the racial disparity was alarming.
Yes.
And so I'm curious, like having one central meeting is, fine, but it's not really reaching the people that have the highest need, and it's not something that a lot of people are able to access. So like is there anything being done via mail or like via phone call or any other like way? Because I know like it was like a clear statement to us, like, online is one tool that we have, but it cannot be our only tool. Because we're just not going to be reaching a large portion of our population.
We agree wholeheartedly. That is something that we've struggled with. And we are working within the limits of our budget and the scope that has been requested. And so that's where we've ended up, why we've ended up where we've ended up with the engagement.
I would just flag that it would be great to include more room for that kind of engagement in future work, so we can make sure we're being inclusive of folks that live.
Right, we agree. Actually, we've had some internal conversations about that and have said that, really to do the in-person engagement properly, it would probably take half of the budget to do it right. Other questions or comments? Next time we will see you next year, believe it or not. We will talk with you about how the overall engagement went for the project. We will have preliminary recommendations to show you. We will have an implementation plan to show you. Just want to clarify for everybody, I think all of you understand this, but during our community meeting 2 days ago, people said, oh, implementation plan, that means you're going to start building next year? And I was like, no. We are just going to talk about how do we make this enormous plan happen over the next 10, 15, 20 years. And so we're going to lay out a strategy for how all of us can work together to get the plan implemented over that long period of time. And then our plan also is to have a draft report completed. And so we're going to be almost done because we are scheduled to complete this project by the end of April. Anything else?
Just I wanted to add what Matt said. This is gonna go to our LRTP long range update in 2025, June 2025. So that's why I've asked Matt to complete the project by round about March, so we can add to the long range in terms of the next 25 years of the long range.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. So our next presentation is ODOT Special Solicitation Funding Guidance. Scott Okunzi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Scott Okunzi. I'm the District 3 Planning Engineer. District 3 covers 8 counties in northern Ohio, 2 of which are Lorain and Medina within NOACA. So no actions requested. This is for information only, and there's no previous action on this. So we at ODOT Central Office has a special project solicitation for bike and ped. So I'm going to go through what information about the funding, what types of projects and activities are eligible, who's able to apply for different things, how the projects are going to get selected, and the timeline for this application. And then you can see that website also has all this information, as well as contact information and the application themselves. It's an online application. So an overview is this is TAP funding, transportation alternatives. So again, TAP funding is typically distributed to the MPOs at the MPO level, and then the MPOs decide how to distribute that funding among their communities. However, and then we do have a statewide TAP funding round at ODOT, but the MPOs are typically not eligible because they already received the money directly. This is a special project solicitation, and in this case, communities within the metropolitan planning organizations are eligible for this, one time only. The funding is for fiscal years 25 and 26. So that's this current fiscal year, which ends June 30th of next year, and the following fiscal year, which ends June 30th of 2026. And the focus is on funding and especially infrastructure and non-infrastructure projects, not as much for engineering right away and other things in traditional larger infrastructure projects. And then there's also no, what's special about it is, again, whether it's inside or outside the MPO, you can apply. It's available for non-infrastructure projects, like for those familiar with Safe Routes to School program, those types of activities. There's no match unless the city has a population of over 200,000. And there's a question, the FAQ says 100,000 versus 200,000. I just checked with Kate online, who runs the program. She said 200,000. So unfortunately, Cleveland would be the only community in NOACA that would owe a match. And you can apply anytime. There's currently no deadline for this, although there will be a kind of a last call once enough applications have been submitted and they're getting close to their funding total. So the eligible activities and projects are plans and studies, data collection, education, short-term infrastructure projects, and traditional infrastructure projects. So plans and studies would be development of things like school travel plans, active transportation plans, things like that. Collection of data related to walking and biking could be another thing. So education and promotion is the third thing, and that's not typical for TAP. But again, this is Kate Harley and ODOT Central Office is running this program. She runs the statewide Safe Routes to School program, and she's very familiar with things. I know within ODOT District 3, Lorain County Health Department does a lot of that kind of thing, does a lot of those kind of activities, bike events, things like that. And then short-term infrastructure projects, this is kind of, the real goal is to get, again, those non-infrastructure and then these short-term infrastructure projects. So that would be projects without right-of-way or utility relocations that can be awarded before June 30th, 2026. So the end of state fiscal year 2026. So they're, again, these are bike ped related improvements that improve crossings, traffic calming, and repair or replace critical walkways or bikeways. Sidewalk repair is eligible too. That's in the frequently asked questions. And then traditional infrastructure projects. If you want to apply for a traditional infrastructure project, you can. It's just, they're going to be scrutinized a little more closely. It's going to be based on, if they're on the state or US bike routes, and then the that current level of traffic stress, improving that. So, and then who can apply for these? For the non-infrastructure, it's pretty open. Applicants can be political subdivisions, regional planning organizations, and other nonprofit agencies with support from a political subdivision. So again, it's pretty open. For infrastructure, it's got to be the typical local public agency that you would think of a normal LPA project would apply for. And again, want to emphasize that any local government is eligible to apply, even within the NOACA area. There's going to be a committee. I don't know who's on the committee, but there's going to be a committee that reviews these applications and then select based on improving statewide goals. And again, priority given to non-infrastructure or short-term projects, high demand and need for active transportation, Also, if you have a local plan already, like a school travel plan or an active transportation plan, those projects will also be looked favorably upon. And then for traditional infrastructure projects, we're looking for projects on the state bike route system. And again, there will be a last call for projects based on funding availability. There's a website. I didn't have a link to it, so I just Googled it. Googled like ODOT TAP special solicitation. Took me right there. And there's plenty of frequently asked questions. And then again, this is what that website looks like. And the application links are on the right side of the page, depending on what you want to apply for. For if you have a question about specific area, so if you're in District 12, so Cuyahoga Lake Geauga, Neil Shop is your guy right there. And then in District 3, so Lorena Medina, you can contact me, or if you're familiar with Safe Routes to School, Jeremy Adato is another person you can contact. So again, this slide says 100,000, it's actually 200,000 people, but Cleveland's the only one that meets in either case here. So pretty much anyone but Cleveland gets 100% match. Cleveland has to provide 20%. Sorry, Cleveland. Questions? You could contact me, again, me or Neil or Jeremy. But the best person to contact if you want the most accurate answers on this program would be Kate or Jeff in our central office. And we do look forward to receiving your applications. Okay. Anyone? Yes, questions? That's not this. I'm not sure what that is. This doesn't have a deadline yet. This is an open application. There's gonna be a last call when I'm guessing when enough applications get reached that they would have exhausted, or coming close to exhausting the amount of money that they have. But no, there's no deadline for this. Or, if you would award a project and it wouldn't be able to be delivered by the end of fiscal year 2026. So those type of things. But no. Yes.
Quick question. For the non-infrastructure, say we want to do data and education and promotion, is it two separate applications or can we put it together in one as like a deliverable?
I don't know. Let me see. I think there's just, so on the application link, I would say you could probably just apply under that non-infrastructure and then probably just email Kate and see what you should do. I'd email Kate, honestly.
Thank you.
Jacob?
Yes.
I just want clarification. When you say that you can submit applications anytime, will those applications just be evaluated individually and they will either get funding or they will not? Or are you going to wait till a certain point to evaluate all of them?
I am not sure. I could ask Kate that question. I'm guessing that they'll evaluate them all together at the same time. But I don't know exactly how they're going to dish out the money. But I would guess they would just collect a bunch, and when they have a lot, they would say, all right, last call, anyone, and then go through an evaluation process. But I'm thinking because they want to award the money soon, that they're hoping to get a lot of applications soon and close it once they have plenty to award however much money they have. And then something that wasn't in the slideshow, but is on the FAQs, is they're looking for applications of $3 million or less. That's something else.
Okay, we'll go to Jacob, then Joyce.
Yeah, my question was more just around timing. We just reviewed $8 million worth of TLCI implementation projects. How soon will those project sponsors know if or not their project is funded? So perhaps they could look to this pot of funding to get their project funded.
That are not even yet programmed.
Yeah, and another thing, just this isn't and on any of the information I found, but anecdotally, if you have a project that's running over budget, that's a good project that meets this criteria, you could apply to close the funding gap. You know, it's pretty open. So worst they can do is say no.
But Jacob, to answer your question, the sponsor will know before March, because March is going to go to the, I believe it's going to go to the board, so they should know before March.
Scott, I thought that the website said that they'd be looked at quarterly, and they had like, January, April, they had some
It
dates.
might, you know, if it did, I missed that.
Sarah said it does, so I'll believe her.
Okay, well then there's your answer. Thank you. Thank you. Again, I'm not the expert here, but I thought you all should know because it's a good opportunity that doesn't come up typically, especially inside MPOs for this type of funds.
Just to add to that, it does say like the first round will be reviewed the 1st of January and then April, July, and October. But it does say that review time periods could subject to change depending on the volume of the applications. So
Yeah.
sooner the better.
And the sooner the better. And then again, the stuff that you apply in October and it gets awarded in January, you only have a year and a half to award the project if you're going for a new project. So that's gonna be tough. That's gonna be tight to award that, especially if you need engineering plans. Yes.
I just wanted to kind of, one of my questions from the last presentation was about using the active transportation need. I think this is a great example of why using the ODOT criteria are really helpful to us as cities so that we can be developing projects that are eligible for funding opportunities.
Yeah.
So.
And then I don't know if was it specifically called out that they're referencing that they're referencing that? Okay, perfect. And if you have any, like if you're applying and there's any other criteria that you have that maybe they don't, and you want to add that to your application as to for justification, it can't hurt.
Okay, this might be a Kate Harley question, but still I'm gonna ask it.
Sure.
Jurisdictions were asking if they were gonna do an infrastructure application. Does it look better to do like it together, like collaboratively, or individual?
That's a better question for Kate, but I would think that especially if you're providing regional connectivity between two different communities, if it was me on the committee, I would think that would look pretty good, but I'm not, they haven't asked me to be on the committee yet, so.
Hey, there any other questions? If not, thank you for your presentation. And
All right,
we
thank you.
will move on to the next, which is CY 2025 Safety Performance Measure Targets Update. Ali Makarachi.
Good morning again. We had this discussion last time and you rejected the 2% we asked for based on the ODOT request. Then we went to other councils, they approved, then we went to the Transportation Subcommittee, approved, then we went to Programming and Planning Program Committee as it goes upper to get to the board. The planning programming increased it, the chairman increased it to 3%. Then there was one question from one of the members, one of the mayors asked me, how can we get to the zero in terms of because zero vision to get them mathematically to zero. And this question reminded me of I did a few years back when we were updating the long range, mathematically how we can get there. So that incentive basically came back and we said, okay, let's do the calculation and see how can we get to the 0%, zero vision when we do. You have seen these, the slides last time, and because of the time, I'm going a little bit, we are talking about 5, if your new safety performance measures. And then we had 2 choices. One choice was to agree what the state DOT, ODOT is telling us, the 2%, or we can commit to alternative quantifiable targets for our region. Based on feedback from you and the others, we decided. So there's assumptions here. We assume that vision year is 2050 and vision target is 0. Then we assume the equal annual reduction year. So basically symbolizing of we listen to you. And that was the looking at each measure and looking at the vision year compared with the preceding year, because we don't have the 2024 data yet. So we looked at the 2023 and subtracting, for example, for a fatality, 151 in 2023, then subtracting that, it comes the equal 5.6 fatality every year from now to 2050, if you want to get to the 0. So that graph explains what we are talking about here, which we are talking, if you look at the red line going diagonally across this shape, it goes to 0 number of the fatalities. And then the white one, the curved one, goes the percentage of the each. As you see in the end, for example, the last 2 years, 2049, if you can't see that 2049 is the right-hand side, the last 2 digits, 2049 and 2050 is 11. So the 5.6 is about 50%. So this percentage increases, but we are getting to 2050 to the basically to get to 0. So that the diagonal shows the number of if we go with this, how much we have to decrease, reduce, and then to get to the 0 in 2050. So the data we have got for 2023 now, actual data, safety performance data is a fatalities 151, fatality rates per 100 million VMT is 1.13, serious injuries 1,290, and serious injuries rate for 100 per 100 million VMT is 9.69, and non-motorized 179. Now, if we calculate all this based on this rate I mentioned, we have to reduce every year 5.6 fatalities, 0.042 rate for every 100 million, 47.8 for serious injuries, and 0.359 for the serious injury per 100 million VMT, and 6.6 non-motorized fatality every year. If we do that, the targets for 2025, based on graph I showed you, is a 3.8% reduction for the region. We are going to get to 145 fatalities target for the 2025. Fatality rates is a 1.05, and serious injury 1,194. The serious injury rate is 8.94, and non-motorized is going to come down from again. But I wanted to inform you, because the December 13, we are going to take this 3.8% to next year. And we had some time here for the meeting, and I said, okay, let's take it back to the council, to the BPAC council, and inform them what we are going to do in the next. Any questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I know I made a ruckus about this, attended the transportation subcommittee and reached out to the planning program committee with my organization's concerns about setting a performance safety measure that ultimately increase fatality rates as our goal. So I appreciate kind of revisiting the analysis and coming up with a higher percentage that would get us to a target of 0 traffic fatalities and serious injuries by 2050. My question is, how will this metric be ingrained into NOACA's evaluation of projects and how they improve safety to ensure that we can actually get to that goal of 0 by 2050?
Well, we are hoping that now, if the board approves this one, next time when we talk about, especially next year when we talk about LRTP, we have to assign the projects to get to the reduction of the 5.6 fatalities, 6.6 non-motorized fatalities. And we are now working on, actually, couple of my staff are working on the non-motorized say, the reduction in fatalities, especially pedestrian crossing, all the, this kind of thing. So we are looking into this to see how much we can, through the projects we can do. Obviously, as you know, the 90, maybe they say 95% of the fatalities and anything accident crashes are based on the human errors. We are trying to get this next year, some education sessions for the people, but what we could do is infrastructure planning and this kind of, hopefully technology is going to help us when we go to the right now. There are many different type of the, equipment, the gadgets in the cars. If you drive and you have got, some sleeping or something that stops and warn you, and that's kind of give you. So these are all we could do to get to the, but first thing is what to have a target which is achievable, and that's the feedback from you. We increase the target, see what we could do.
Are there any other questions? All right, thank you, Ali. And then we'll
Just
move on. Oh, I'm
Madam
sorry.
Chair,
Go
just a
ahead.
comment. Just want to thank you for your attention to this. We all share this concern about getting to zero in all of our work. We're, looking to achieve LTS 1. And we just hope that, the standards, these safety measures will result in real physical or changes in physical design standards so that it's not just the primacy of the automobile and, unfortunate driver error.
Yes, one of the things we saw in the previous presentation, the project we are doing about LTS1 per trial, that reduces the number of the fatalities and safer environment for the cyclists rather than mix with the cars.
Okay, thank you. All right, our next item on the agenda is NOACA Household Travel Survey updates. Ali Makarachi.
Okay, we started this project we do it every 10 years, and this time we started late because of the pandemics. We wanted to get away from the pandemic's impact. So we started this one last year, and this is just for information. We are starting next few, council meetings, and probably the one after that, either myself or consultant is gonna come on provide more information about this. Here, I'm just giving you a few slides in terms of the, how we implemented this project and the some socioeconomic data extracted from the survey. First of all, the target for this project from the beginning, we set 1% of the household, 900,000 households. Usually most MPOs or most regions, they look at it like 10 years ago for 0.5%, but from the beginning, I thought it's statistically based on the textbook, it should be at least 1% to make it sense. If it's 0.5%, it's not enough. So we had some struggle with the consultant to convince them to do the 1%. So we signed a contract for 1%. So to start with this, they did it online. They have got recruit some people, then they ask them if you are one of the people, they ask you for the travel date, they assign you a travel date, then you go there and you report that day, your travels and your trips you do that day. Then you receive this kind of, website, and you went there and you had a code. Then to start with, we started with the pilot study first last year, October, for 1,500 households. We expected to get more, but we didn't. So then we came back and discussed with the consultant, and the consultant was planning to get 300,000 survey, but then they increased it to 500,000 to get, because the feedback from the pilot study, they said they have to increase it to 500,000 in order to get to the 9,000 complete surveys. So we started with a 500,000 random sample from the February. Then last spring, the last one was in the spring, the travel date assigned for 6/6/24, and then recruited 11,000, about 12,000 household. Then, but not all of them, about 50% didn't reply anymore, but 50% actually, about 6,000 completed the total of the, travel day information. But unfortunately, it wasn't the 1%. So we asked them to do a little bit more to get to 1%. So in the fall 2024, started, August and September after the school closing, and the started again. And then this time 184,000. And according to the consultant, this is the first time they have done in the last 30 years to go that many, in terms of to get 1%. But we said the target was 1%, and we wanted to have at least 1% information back to us. So the first was again 8/20 August this year, then up to October. Last travel date assigned for the end of October, just probably a couple of weeks ago. We added more recruitment, and this time was 2,000. Finally, getting all this, we had recruited 16,000, and that was again about 50%, 8,000, which was 0.91%. So we said, okay, around how did we distribute and how did we go through the county? The goals and the retrieval, you can see pretty matches with all the counties. Just the border with us, because there are some people travel to our region for work, for shopping, for this. So we needed to capture those neighborhoods in the neighboring our counties, Portage, Geauga, and Medina. So that was some small percentage there, but we asked them to contribute to our survey. So white 87%, Black or African American was about 9%. Then it goes, small percentages in other races. So that was then one of the things, key statistics of this was the average of the 0.43 children per household, average 7.8 daily trips per household. These are raw data. We haven't calibrated anything, I'm just showing you 6.4% household didn't make any trips during the day, that day. And in terms of the household size, for the whole region, we are talking about for example, two people is a 40%. And we compare this with the ACS, American Community Survey, from 2018 and 2022. But because those are within during the COVID, I have asked the consultant to update this to next time when we talk about trips, talk about at least 2023 ACS rather than the COVID period and the pandemic time, because it was a different trips happened there. Maybe it didn't impact the socioeconomic data as much, but it was, So going through the household size for each county, you can see is a similar pattern. So, but one thing is noticeable is a one-person household has increased compared with 10 years ago. Now we are talking about almost, for example, in Cuyahoga County, is about the two people in a household. Then Geauga Lake, similar pattern, less 1% and more two people household, the two people. Lorraine, Medina, again, is a similar pattern with maybe 20%, about 18-20% in 4 more people in a household. These are as I said, the neighborhoods close to our region in Portage and Summit. Then another useful socioeconomic data for our model is a household vehicle availability. So most, again, you can see in our region, 40%, about 43% is a 2-vehicle household. There are some, like 5%, they responded they didn't have a car. And then we go to the other side of the, 5%, they have got 4 or more vehicles available to the household. So again, looking at the household vehicles in the region, in the counties, is a similar pattern. Maybe you can see Cuyahoga County is about 41%. But when we go to the other counties, it's increased. On the outer counties, it goes to 46, 50% two vehicles household. Lorraine, then less people without car. For example, in Medina, almost is 1% without car households. Again, less than the Cuyahoga County. Then Portage and Summit. Household worker, the distribution, again, one worker, more than 1/3 of the households have got one workers in the household. Little less than 1/3 is with two workers. Then even 3+ workers is a 4%. And they are 30% don't have a workers, probably they are retired or. So when we go to each county, again, similar pattern. Is, again, I can see some of the, increases in terms of the household in the more 3+ workers in the outer county. So income distribution, we have got from, this is the, 10,000, more than, less than 25,000 and so on. So it goes, and we have got 9% over 200,000 income in household, and they are 4% less than 10,000 household. So the average is you can see almost evenly distributed in here. So, but there are some higher ones. But in the middle, if you look at the kind of normal distribution, if you are familiar, is about 18%, 16, 15% in the 50,000 to 74,000. Similar pattern in Cuyahoga, Geauga, all the counties. Again, it's compared to the blue columns shows the ACS data compared with ours is the survey is very close to what the ACS recommending. And one thing is if you probably is in your mind, you're asking what about the bikes and other ownership? That's going to be in the questions, and that's going to come in the part of the when we complete data. These are just the information for the start this, and next time we will have more data, and most likely is going to be the consultant team is going to be here and to present you the finding. If not, I will do their job.
Are there any questions? Sarah?
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that it was pretty noticeable how skewed all of the data was towards higher income households. And we know that income has a really big impact on like number of car, how you're choosing to travel. So I think that it's worthwhile to consider how we can correct for that in the future. Because if we want representative data, income impacts those choices a lot.
Yes, the complete data is going to be next time. This is not just the beginning of it. And I mean, they didn't come. I just wanted to show you we have completed the survey, and these are the preliminary socioeconomic data. We can go with this for you will see next, in the first quarter of the 2025 is going to be more data, and you will have access to our website, and it's going to be more discussion and all this. But it's for this data mainly is for the travel demand model we have got to update it and calibrate that model based on not 10 years ago, 12 years ago data, but the recent data.
Are there any other questions, comments? All right. Are there any reports or updates?
You look like you were reaching first. Go ahead.
So I do have a couple questions or answers to Kiara's questions. Because I was messaging with Kate. So for the data collection and infrastructure, can they be in the same application? Kate said if they're incredibly interrelated, it would be better to break them up and submit two different ones. And then on, would infrastructure projects that involve two different communities in the same application be okay, look favorably upon? She said, yeah, they can. You need one to take the lead and a letter of support from the other one. But it'd be neutral on whether it's favorable or not. Yep.
Jim, did you?
Under agency reports, county planning is taking the lead with the Cuyahoga Greenways partners to update the Cuyahoga Greenways plan. So we're breaking this down into several steps. We're refining the mapping and data, redefining and updating the standards to be applied, and providing status updates on what's been built and what's being developed. And we're going to be putting out a survey early in the year to Cuyahoga County municipalities and partner agencies to get that data from capital improvement plans and other efforts that are being led, and also coordinating this effort with the Cleveland Moves plan, with the Regional Metro Parks Trails Connectivity Study, and other efforts going on. So stay tuned.
Thank you, Jim. Anyone else? Okay. Is there any old business? Any new business? All right. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Second. A second? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, meeting is adjourned.
call to order. We need one more person for quorum, so I might pass over and go to presentations, but that's just to keep things going. We're going to call to order. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's Rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the red button on top of them. They are on when the light is green. Do we have quorum? We do. Thank you, Mike. We were waiting for you. Approval of the minutes for August 16th. Any corrections or additions? Hearing none, can I have a motion to approve? Motion. A second.
Second.
Second. Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion is approved. Public comment. Being none, we will move on. No. Action items. Are there any action items for today's meeting? None. All right, we will go to our presentations. First presentation, third quarter fiscal year 2025 project planning reviews. Mr. Adam Allen.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Adam Allen, planner here at NOACA in the programming division. We're going to go over just a few projects for our third quarter state fiscal year 2025 project planning review or PPR process. This is for presentation and discussion only. The purpose of the project planning review process is to assess if a proposed project helps to achieve NOACA's vision and goals and to ensure that it's consistent with NOACA planning requirements and oversight agency requirements. So as part of that process, we present these projects to our councils here at NOACA. It starts with staff review, and then it goes through the committee, subcommittee, and advisory council review, which is what we're doing now. It will also go through an intergovernmental review and consultation process. The projects will be circulated to communities and agencies for their input. And we also post the projects on our website, our public-facing website, with opportunity for the public to give input on the projects as well. So we're in that kind of teal stage right now with the project planning review. And these are generally, they can be new projects or projects with a significant change in scope that then are added onto the long-range transportation plan and then the TIP before ultimately being implemented. So we have two projects for presentation today for PPR. The first one is a change in scope, as well as some cost increases, largely due to inflation. It's a $280 million project that is part of the multi-decade, multi-billion-dollar Interbelt Modernization Plan. This is part of the Central Interchange, specifically at I-90. Well, the project covers I-90 from East 9th to Carnegie. This specific part, and I'm going to go ahead and show you on the map, is a change in scope to the East 22nd Street Bridge. the East 22nd Street Bridge is due to be completely reconstructed as part of this project. And the change in scope results from this plot of land right here. It formerly housed the Cuyahoga County Juvenile Detention Center. They moved to a new facility quite some time ago, and the land and building has been available for sale. It ultimately wasn't purchased, so it was determined to actually, it would be the best use for the site to demolish the building. And due to the increased land opened up as a result of that, they've been able to make some positive design changes. Largely, the East 22nd Street Bridge has been expanded to better accommodate pedestrian, bicycle, and general multimodal uses. This was based on quite a bit of public engagement with residents of the city of Cleveland. And they also retooled some of the Cedar Avenue and Central Avenue interchanges or streets around this project as a result of this property opening up. Yeah, so multimodal enhancements at the East 22nd Street Bridge and additional connectivity enhancements enabled by the demolition of the former Cuyahoga County Juvenile Justice Center. It's a $280 million project. There are federal funds in the project, although there are not direct NOACA funds in the project. So any comments on this? The second project for the PPR process are the Franklin Boulevard enhancements. This is actually part of the overall Irishtown Bend project, including the stabilization here. That's of course underway now. And then the Irishtown Bend Park is a part of that. So this specific project is this blue section here. This is Franklin Avenue. It's currently closed, I'm pretty sure, while they're working on all this, but it will be reopened as part of the overall enhancements. And these will be a streetscape, bicycle, and pedestrian enhancements for Franklin Avenue as part of the overall Irishtown Bend project. Specifically, this is coming because the streetscape enhancements for Franklin Boulevard were not previously included in the overall port stabilization project. Kind of similar to the other one, the project does involve federal funds, but not direct NOACA funds. So it's a $938,000 project. And for the Franklin Avenue enhancements as part of the overall Irishtown Bend project. Are there any comments on this one? Okay, any comments we receive at future council meetings as well as a result of the intergovernmental review process, or any public comments will be added to the information moving forward as it goes through approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Next presentation, 2026-2029 TIP projects recommended for NOACA funds. Ed will be presenting this.
Thank you. Yes, this is the state fiscal year 2026 to 2029 TIP projects recommended for NOACA funds. No action is being requested. This is an item being presented to this advisory council for information. Specifically, these are projects that are recommended for funds with NOACA funded with NOACA funds from fiscal years 2026 to 2029. This is an item that has been recommended by the Planning and Programming Committee and the Executive Committee. As you know, we have presented the criteria and the methodology to evaluate qualifying projects to the advisory councils, the Transportation Subcommittee, the Planning and Programming Committee for input and discussion. We're developing the overall TIP, which will be presented to the NOACA board in March of 2025, and will go into effect on July 1 of calendar year 2025. The TIP will include road, bridge, public transit, and other transportation projects scheduled for implementation and supported by federal funds through ODOT, the transit agency allocations, and also more specifically, NOACA's base allocation program. Those being the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program, the Transportation Alternatives Program, and the carbon reduction program funds. Those provide funds for projects designed to reduce transportation emissions. Regarding the CMAQ projects, the congestion mitigation air quality program, those projects have been approved for statewide CMAQ program funds. The last application round occurred in December of calendar year 2023. So the CMAQ funded projects are already determined through 2029. Quick review. We had about over 900 roadway, bridge, and system enhancements identified through our process, totaling over $3 billion. We strive to develop the program of projects to be funded with NOACA funds by evaluating the identified needs in accordance with the approved methodology. And that was in an effort to elevate and advance those projects that best represented the priorities contained in the plan, and also aligned with the established state and federal transportation management initiatives. Our process for evaluating projects for the 26 to 29 TIP, same process we've been using that we use for our current TIP. The methodology involved the following steps. First, we identified needs and assembled a potential project universe, that raw list of projects. Then we screened those needs against our ENEO priorities and established policies. This, with respect to pavement condition and bridge condition and safety and congestion. Then we coordinated with the regional and local sponsors and communities to review our universe against, comparing them against their priorities. And then we filtered the top 25% of the transportation asset management projects and incorporated all the other NOACA plan list projects adopted by the board in 2021. This included the safety projects, congestion and transportation alternative projects. And then finally, we evaluated the qualifying projects against the regional significance and criteria and the regional planning, or the planning criteria and other considerations. So in evaluating and qualifying projects against the approved regional significance criteria, planning criteria, and other considerations, we're looking at these transportation facilities in terms of how important they are to regional travel and regional destinations from a regional, county, and community-based perspective. We looked at qualifying projects against the adopted NOACA plans and initiatives and safety and congestion priority locations. That is, whether there's a safety or congestion recommendation along that arterial or at that intersection. For example, we may have identified a roadway deficiency, but also know there's been a safety or congestion issue that has been identified as well along that segment, or various intersections along the roadway. Or a safety priority where crashes and predicted based congestion. This slide here, this is hard to read, but this table is contained in your materials on page 16. This is just the project recommendations for the SDBG, the TA, and the CRP funding programs. Just to highlight a couple of these projects listed here, there are intersection improvements included in here. They are one being item number 5 in Chardon, that's at Wilson Mills and Park Avenue, that intersection realignment. Then item 30 is the State Route 94 and Reimer Road intersection roundabout in Wadsworth. Additionally, there's the intersection improvement at Franklin, Columbus, and Carter Road in Cleveland. And then with respect to pedestrian infrastructure, there's a number of sidewalk and pedestrian improvements. For example, Westfield Center, item number 7, there is Greenwich Road sidewalk improvement. And similarly in Timberlake, item number 6 is the Lakeshore State Route 283 sidewalks in Timberlake. And then in Sheffield Lake, there's also some sidewalk construction improvements, additions. That's item number 29. Also, in the interest of safety for all users, we have a number of off-road shared use facilities. The Euclid Creek Phase 3 facility in Chardon, or from Chardon Road to St. Clair Avenue. That's item number 2. And then item number 3 is the Slavic Village downtown connector that goes from East 14th Street to Roseville Court. And then item number 3 is the Cuyahoga Lake Clifton connector, which would extend from Linda Street to Webb Road. So those are some of the projects there. Again, these are contained in your materials on page 16. So in accordance with this approach, we had 31 projects recommended. They total about $84 million of that is for SDBG, CRP, and TA money. And then these spreading across 27 different communities and regional agencies within the 5 counties. With respect to the impact of these projects recommended for NOACA funding, overall, we'll be able to resurface or improve or enhance about 23 miles of roadway, improve the 3 intersections, 4,000 square feet of deck area for 2 bridge structures, and construct about 4 miles of streetscape and or bicycle pedestrian improvements. And then we have the replacement of 4 rail cars, GCRTA rail cars. And then finally, we will continue to provide support for the slope stabilization of Irishtown Bend that Adam had referenced previously. So that is the program of projects recommended for NOACA funding. These project recommendations for the SDBG, the TA, and the CRP funding programs will be presented to the board in March of 2025 for approval. Upon that board approval, staff would then work with the respective communities and project sponsors to finalize the scope and schedule and the budgets of these projects for inclusion in the 26 to 29 TIP. These recommended projects would then be folded into the overall TIP, which would then be presented to the Planning and Programming Committee in January of 2025, and then also for a recommendation to the board, and then to the board for in March of calendar year 2025. And that concludes my presentation.
Jacob, question.
I do have one question. In your evaluation of the project, you mentioned regional significance as one of the factors, and I'm curious, how highly is that weighted? Because I'll highlight, again, I did this in BPAC as well, 2 projects in Brooklyn, Ohio, Ridge Road and Independence Rockside Road as resurfacing projects. And both of those roadways, and I know they're programmed out to 28 or 29, but both of those roadways are in pretty decent condition, and I feel like it would be a waste of money to rip up pretty decent pavement or cement for a total of $7.6 million when there are plenty of other pressing needs. So how highly weighted is regional significance versus, pavement quality or environmental justice areas?
Well, the regional significance criteria is basically, access to interchanges is one, and they all have varying, they have point levels, 3 or 2, and they also have weighted point average. So one is access to intermodal facilities or interchanges. Another thing is providing access to entertainment, major job centers, of which we have 7 in NOACA, and Rockside one of those. Recreational, cultural, these are all variables that are assigned when they apply to these roadways, so that collectively it adds up to a higher score. So when I say regional significance, it's factors that make it more regionally significant. So that's really what's factoring into that. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but
I guess my feeling is there's plenty of other pressing needs, and not to pick on these 2 specific projects, it could be any roadway. But if they're in fairly good condition, I don't understand why they would be added to the TIP to be resurfaced when there are plenty of other roadways that probably have regional significance that could be repaved. I mean, I've spent a lot of time on Ridge over this past fall taking my kid to Brookside Reservation for soccer, and I don't recall a single time being like, man, this road needs to be repaved. It was pretty smooth going. So I feel like spending, $3.6 million of a total pot of $86 million on a roadway that might not necessarily need the work when there's other needs, is a bad idea.
I understand. The portion that this Ridge Road that's from Flowerdale to Memphis Avenue, I think. No, I'm sorry, that's wrong. I'm sorry. Yeah, Flowerdale to Memphis. And again, a couple of things. We begin our evaluation for pavement condition ratings that are of 70 or less. And also it's a projected pavement condition. And in all likelihood, many of these projects probably are not going to be implemented until maybe 28 or 29. And so that also factors into it. So I certainly can't argue with you. There's a lot of other bad pavement conditions, but again, we're trying to elevate, and the other factor to consider is, and I don't claim to understand this intimately, is the cost effectiveness factor. And so that is, to let something completely degrade to, a PCR of 40 would be, probably consume, $30 million of that $80 million. So what we're trying to do is to get ahead of that, also to get ahead of roadways that do have regional significance, that do carry a lot of traffic, that to destinations that are in the vicinity or located directly on there. So there's a lot of variables that come into play. A lot of roadways are probably in poor condition because they have not been they've been neglected, and perhaps because they don't have a lot of destinations along there. So that's really what is going into this.
Ed, question from Lawrence.
Thank
Yes.
you. First, one comment to that discussion, that perhaps a presentation in the future on the Transportation Asset Management Program would be useful. I know it's not, you mentioned cost effectiveness, so fixing the worst roads first isn't always the most cost-effective way to approach these things, so better understanding that would help. And then one question I had for you for like just the straight resurfacing and STBG projects, how does the NOACA Complete Streets policy fit in with those? Will they be looking at bike pedestrian?
Well, I think that was asked previously. NOACA does have its complete and green streets policy, and it applies to major road reconstructions. That is the opportunity we would really be able to try to incorporate significant elements into it. In the case of these roadways, these are almost entirely roadway resurfacing, period. And though that is not a major reconstruction, there still are opportunities to incorporate some lower cost measures like, sharrows or pedestrian accommodations that are, not a huge investment, but those could be incorporated into it. Now, when we scope these things out, or when ODOT and NOACA and the community scope them out, there's the opportunity to identify that. And that is where everybody's willing to do it. It just needs to be pointed out and addressed at that time. So it's a standard to just incorporate that where we can.
Hallie?
I just wanted to, what the Jacob said in terms of how we do the maintenance. Actually, we are using the software and the system, road maintenance management system, that is looking at the whole region, whole the roads, and we are talking something like 3,300 segments. Then these are there's a pot of basically the treatments. Then they compare the cost of the treatment, what traffic volume, truck volume especially. Then the comparison with all this, they recommends based on the PCR, recommends which is the most highest in terms of the optimization. And Lawrence is right. We don't have to, the best policy is to maintain it as soon as possible rather than leaving it to degrade and come back and reconstruct. These are the looks at all this software. Then what Ed uses is we provide the output from this system. So then prioritize that based on the what is the optimal way of doing in the region. It might be something like one road or two roads you notice is needs doesn't look, but in terms of the program looks at the optimization factor and says cost effectiveness and says, this is now, if we don't do it, it's gonna cost more later on.
All right. Oh, Sean.
Sorry, I guess I was just curious, in the past, these have been distributed loosely, based on population per county, right, as part of the Nowaka region.
Yes,
Is that still being done?
Yeah, the SDBG is distributed
Okay.
that way, yeah, by each county's relative share of the region's
Okay,
urban,
and is any-
urbanized population, yeah.
Yeah, is any thought given to, I mean, I see there are some state route projects on here through like cities. Is any less weight given to those projects because those are also eligible for like urban paving funds?
That is a consideration, but usually that's one of the things we do when we're looking at our list of roadway needs. There may be something that, ODOT has, District 12 has a 10-year program, and I think District 3 equivalent is something along that line where we identify what they've already committed their urban paving funding to, and that goes out several years. So sometimes it works out well. You know, there may be something that we can commingle with our SDBG, but we try to be aware of all the other resources that might be available or that are being utilized.
If you have any questions on what we have planned for.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. You've been very, very helpful.
Yeah, the only reason I ask is, I mean, obviously, there are obviously other roads that are part of the federal highway system that aren't state route that wouldn't have as many pots of money available to them.
All right. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is by Leah Telepak, 2025 applications for TLCI implementation projects.
Good afternoon. Going to be walking you through the applications we received this round for our TLCI implementation program. No action is requested. This is for presentation and discussion. So as you all probably know, background of TLCI is to improve livability in Northeast Ohio's communities, support the vision of NOACA's regional strategic and long-range plan, provide federal funding assistance to local communities, and support planning that leads to implementation. We opened applications in August and closed them in October. We received 16 implementation requests totaling $8 million. No planning study applications were accepted or solicited even. Applicants virtually presented their projects to NOACA staff recently, end of October, early November. Project solicitation and evaluation conducted in accordance with TLCI policy, of course, and the program budget is $2 million. So very competitive this year. Here's all our applications we received. I'm going to go through them briefly. We organized them into project types. So we're doing connector trail projects first. The City of Bedford submitted Viaducts Commons Connector Trail Phase 2, requesting $500,000. It would be a 10-foot wide, 0.35 mile multi-purpose trail on Willis going southeast from North Park Drive to East Taylor. It would include 5 ADA ramps, relocation of 3 hydrants, 1 utility pole, 50 linear feet of storm pipe, and there's a rendering right below there. The City of Euclid submitted their Euclid Heritage Trail Project requesting $1.8 million. It would transform 4,500 feet of sidewalk along Euclid Ave into a 10-foot wide multi-purpose trail. And this would be a connection between Cleveland Metro Parks Euclid Creek Preservation and the City of Euclid's Hero Park. And you can see the stretch there in that graphic. 2 more connector trail projects. The City of Lorraine submitted Oakwood Connector South Lorraine Library Trail, requesting $315,000 for an 11-foot wide trail connecting Oakwood Park to South Lorraine Library, and that's represented in the orange line graphic. The City of Maple Heights submitted Stafford Park Connectivity Project, Phase 1, requesting $384,000 for enhancements to a trailhead from Warrensville Center Road, replacing a metal guardrail with a natural buffer, allowing non-vehicular travel. It would include an entryway, pedestrian crosswalk, lighting, seating, and landscaping. And you can see in the yellow and blue graphic, the project area is in that yellow cloud shape. And it helps connection through that trail to the middle school. We have 5 sidewalk improvement projects that were submitted. The first from the city of Berea, Front Street Sidewalk Connection Project, requesting $266,000 for 120 feet of new sidewalk to fill a gap on the west side of French Street, including a walk ramp to connect proposed sidewalk with a pedestrian bridge over Rocky River, also installation of retaining walls and hand railings, and placement is the blue and red lines there in the graphic. City of Elyria submitted their downtown Elyria multimodal investment safety and connection project phase 7, requesting $292,000 for replacement of over 10,000 square feet of existing sidewalk and installation of 5,600 square feet of new sidewalk on Middle Avenue. So a couple locations there represented in the red rectangles. North Royalton submitted 2 projects, both sidewalk improvement on State Road. The first, State Road sidewalk from Ohio Turnpike Bridge to Valley Parkway, requesting $185.6 thousand for sidewalk on the west side of State Road with minor crosswalk improvements on Valley Parkway. And sidewalk on State Road from Wallings to Lisa Lane, requesting $376.9 thousand for sidewalk on the east side of State Road to connect the YMCA to the library. Then lastly, for sidewalk improvement projects, we have the city of North Ridgeville for their Bagley Road sidewalks project, requesting $472,000 for construction of 3,400 linear feet of 5-foot wide sidewalk with drainage improvements to relocate existing ditches and catch basins. And this sidewalk would go from the newer Drug Mart there to the Pepper Ridge Run housing community on the south side of Bagley. Pedestrian safety improvement projects. The city of Cleveland submitted their Elevate Euclid Green pedestrian improvements, requesting $500,000 for improvements to a 1.25 mile corridor of Euclid from Ivanhoe Road to Upper Valley Drive. These improvements would include high visibility crosswalks, mid-block crossing beacons, and median refuge islands, speed tables, and streetscape enhancements. And project area is that black bold line. The city of East Cleveland submitted Euclid Avenue TLCI corridor improvements, requesting $496,000 for intersection improvements along Euclid at a few side street locations, Lakeview, Woodlawn, Auburndale, and Penrose. These would include crosswalks, widened sidewalks, intersection bump outs, narrowing of existing lanes, bike and bus lanes, and a median in Woodlawn. 2 more pedestrian safety improvement projects. We have the city of Seven Hills with their pedestrian access improvement project, requesting $146,000 for pedestrian crossing improvements at Rockside Road and Pinnacle intersection, Hillside Road, and Pleasant Valley. So a couple different locations there. The Pleasant Valley one is represented in that graphic. They also proposed a multi-purpose trail connecting 2 neighborhoods between Orchard View Road and Meadow Lane Road. This would be about 475 linear feet of an 8-foot wide multi-purpose trail. The city of Shaker Heights submitted Lee Road Complete Street project for $350,000 request for pedestrian amenities, lighting, sidewalks, wayfinding, and streetscaping south of Van Aken. And it's represented in that rendering with the red and yellow. Lastly, our road diet submissions. We have a collaboration between City of Cleveland Heights and East Cleveland for Taylor Road reconfiguration phase 2. They are requesting about $448,000 for reconfiguration of Taylor Road to include bike lanes in the 2.1 mile section from Euclid Ave in East Cleveland to Euclid Heights Boulevard in Cleveland Heights. The section between Monticello Boulevard and Euclid Heights Boulevard would be converted from 5 driving lanes to 3 with on-street parking and bike lanes. And that's that fuchsia line in the graphic there is the project area. The GCRTA submitted Metro Health Line BRT enhancement requesting $1 million. Between Eltham Ave and Walton Ave, a road diet with curb bump outs, enhanced shelters, sidewalk widening, and crosswalks would be implemented, along with streetscape improvements on West 25th between Detroit Ave and Bridge Ave with a median island landscaping. Lastly, we have the city of Painesville. They submitted safety and streetscape enhancement project on South St. Clair Street, requesting $425,000 for a road diet, crosswalk enhancements, traffic calming, bump outs, intersection reconfigurations, bike lanes, and sharrows. And this project would be located in their historic downtown Painesville near their Veterans Park. Our next steps is input received from councils will be included in the staff evaluation of the projects. Staff will present recommendations to the Planning and Programming Committee in January. And then the Board of Directors would make their recommendations at their March 2025 meeting. Thank you. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, Lawrence, then we'll get to you, James.
Thank you. So FHWA has approved safety countermeasures. I'm sure all the engineers in here are familiar with them. So I don't want to comment on any individual project, but just the buckets you have. Some types of projects are going to be better than others in moving the needle on safety. So I urge you to take a look and consider that in your evaluation.
Thank you.
Looking at that, if we back up to look at that East Cleveland pedestrian safety improvement project, you know, that's a fairly short length. And I'm just sort of wondering of the value, we talk about, I think we're gonna convert a existing through lane to a bike and bus lane. And, you know, what the value is to other modes of travel over that short length. And kind of balancing that with possibly losing a lane of capacity through there.
Yes, thank you. We had a similar comment in a committee earlier this morning, so we're going to look into that for sure. Thank you.
Hearing no more questions. Thank you, Leah. Our next presentation is from Scott, ODOT District 3, and it is ODOT Special Solicitation Funding Guidance.
Hi, I'm Scott Okunzi. I'm the planning engineer at District 3. We cover 8 counties in northern Ohio, and 2 of those are Lorain and Medina counties in the Nowaka area. So the action requested, there's no action. It's for information only. No previous action either. So I'm here, I guess, representing all of ODOT. We have a statewide pedestrian and bicycle special project solicitation round out now. This is a one-time application. So I'm here to tell you a little bit about it. So I'll tell you about the funding information, which types of projects and efforts are eligible, who can apply, the project selection, and then the timeline for those projects. So just an overview of the project. This is transportation alternatives funding, which NOACA gets transportation alternatives funding, and they choose to give that out to their communities and locals as part of the TAP program. So when ODOT calls for statewide TAP applications, typically cities and MPOs, cities and other locals inside MPOs are not eligible for those projects. This is, and why it's so, this one's special is because we are opening that application up to all locals, whether you're in an MPO area or not. It's also available for non-infrastructure projects. So those familiar with the Safe Routes to School program might have used Safe Routes to School money to do walk bike programs and different community events and spend Safe Routes to School money on that. So those type of programs will also be available. There's also no local match unless the municipality has a population of over 200,000, and in NOACA, that's just Cleveland. So for everyone besides Cleveland, there's no local match. So there's 5 different eligible projects, which I'll get into on the next couple slides. So the plans and studies, if you are wanting to do an active transportation plan or something like a school travel plan, you can apply for funds to do that. There's a special link on the website for those type of applications, along with data collection. So if you want to collect information on how many walkers and bikers you have, that is also available for funding. As well as education and promotion. So these would be the non-infrastructure type of grants, the events I was talking about. Another program that is highlighted by ODOT is NOACA's street supplies program, which is it's a good example of an education and promotion activity. Short-term infrastructure projects. So the big goal here is to get projects delivered by the end of fiscal year 26, which state fiscal year 26 ends on June 30th, 2026. So short term, what we mean by that is, one, it can be implemented by that date, which pretty much means no right-of-way utility costs in your project. A good way to spend this money on the short-term infrastructure projects is if you have a project already in development that's going to be delivered by this date and there's a gap in funding, this would be a good way to apply for funds to close that gap. And then there are traditional infrastructure projects with right-of-way utility relocation that could be eligible, but they're going to be more highly scrutinized based on their statewide significance. So looking for locations that would looking for projects that would improve the current level of traffic stress and be on Ohio and U.S. state and bike routes system. So for who can apply for the different types of projects, non-infrastructure is pretty open. It can be any of your typical LPAs as well as regional planning organizations, other nonprofits, as long as they have support from an LPA, local public agency. The infrastructure would be your typical LPAs, cities, counties, villages, park districts, things like that. And again, anyone, whether you're inside or outside of an MPO, anyone in the state can apply for this money. So project selection, there are, I think, quarterly application. The applications are reviewed quarterly by the committee for the next year, but there will be a last call for projects based on funding availability. So to be sure that your project gets in and reviewed, apply as early as you can. And there is a website with frequently asked questions. So if you have any questions, you can look at those. And then the website is, again, it's on ODOT's website. Best way to get there is just Google ODOT pedestrian and bicycle special solicitation. It'll probably take you right there. And then the application links are on the right side of the page, as shown up there. Guidance and frequently asked questions are below. And then you also see the 2 contacts, Kate and Jeff, or within the NOACA area, if you're in Lorain or Medina County, you can contact Jeremy Adato. You would know him if you've done Safe Routes to School. Also Neil Shop, who is at the 2 morning committee meetings or council meetings, is in District 12 representing Cuyahoga, Lake, and Geauga. So the financial impact, oh, did I skip a slide? No. The financial impact, so again, you get 100% reimbursement of eligible costs unless you're Cleveland. And then these are the 2 folks in central office who are running, in ODOT central office who are running this program, Kate Harley and Jeff Shaner. So you can also contact them. And their contact info is also on their website. So we're looking forward to your applications. Are there any questions? All right, great, thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Okay, our next 2 presentations, Allie's gonna Yep, and the first one is 2025 Safety Performance Measure Targets Update.
Good afternoon. We talked about this last time and you approved our target. But when we went to other council, BPAC didn't approve. Then we went to the Transportation Subcommittee. They approved. Then we went to planning programming, but they were concerned. They changed the rating. But one of the members of the planning programming committee asked me when we talk about Vision Zero, and when we say this mathematically, how can we get there? That reminded me of I had a few years back when we were maybe updating our long range plan. I calculated that. So I went back and I looked at this and updated to see what we're talking about in terms of the numbers, how we can get to zero deaths and the zero vision. So you have seen these slides. I'm not going through this. It's the 5 performance measures and number of fatalities, number of serious injuries, non-motorized fatalities, serious injuries, and the per 100 million VMTs and serious injuries per 100 million VMT. These are the 5 from FHW we have to look and set the target. We can do the target setting, either follow what DOT, state DOTs, says agree with that, adopt that, or provide alternative quantifiable targets, which we are taking the second year option. And I show you when we talk about Vision Zero and Vision Year, we assume the 2050 as a vision year, and the target is 0. And we named it as the equal annual reduction. So if we go from now to the 2050 with in 0 fatalities, for example, in our mind. So we are talking about 27 years, 151 divided by this. In every year, we have to reduce 5.6 to get to 0. Very simple mathematically, the equation. So using that, if you look at this graph, there is going to as the diagonal line shows, the number of the fatalities goes down every year by 5.6. And the curve line shows what percentage we have to reduce every year to go to there. So for example, in the end, it's difficult to see from here. In the end, for example, 2049 and 2050, we leave it at 11 and 6 fatalities. So it's going to be 50% and 100% in the last year to come to the 0 fatalities in terms of the mathematically numbers come to 0. So right now, 2020 basin, we don't have 2024 data, complete data yet. So we use the 2023 as a fatality and the other measures. As you see, 151 for based on our region, based on the 2023 actual data. 1.13 is the fatality rates per 100 million BMT. Serious injuries, 1,290, and serious injury rate per 100 million VMT is 9.69, and the non-motorized 179. So to apply this every year, 5.6 for fatality and so on to get the 0 to 0 for the 2050, then we come back with these numbers, which is a 3.8% reduction for the region. And actually, I had before this meeting, the lunchtime, I had a email from the FHW. I had a typo there. I'm happy that people look at this one and corrected me, and it's 140. I'm in the previous council meeting, I said 145 is because of I can show you why I got confused, because of this circle here. Actually, that circle a little bit should be on the right, cover the 140. So I looked at this and I put the 145, but apparently some people from the FHW looking at this from ODOT, and they said, no, you have got a typo there. So I fixed it for this to this council, and it's 140, then 105 and 1194 and 8.97 for the serious injuries and 165 for non-motorized. These are the target based on 3.8% of the 2020 for the 2025. Those are just because we're going to take these numbers to the board on December 13th. And in between, I suggested to have come here and present it to you and inform you what we are going to do compared with the last time you heard from us. So
Lawrence has a question.
I'm trying not to be the only one who talks, but it's a good agenda for me. So I did listen to the planning and programming where they decided to send this back. So I just wanted to like clarify a few things from the federal perspective. So Ali had discussed in several meetings, like the 5-year rolling average is just a like, common statistical tool. And not only that, but it's what the federal regulations actually say. So we're going to be using that as the baseline, and this would be the target from the baseline. Second thing, some board members have talked about, like, is this achievable? Is it aspirational? So this is not a regulation, but our guidance says to use a data-driven approach. We appreciate the aspiration of Vision Zero and we share that. But like, this is a good example of using data to actually get there. So I applaud you for that. And then third thing, some members were also concerned about like any punishments or something for not hitting a more aggressive target. And to be clear, like ODOT is required to submit data on a yearly basis to us, and there are potential mechanisms to hold the state accountable. But the MPO level, what we do is look at NOAC's planning processes once every 4 years where we would consider this. We're not necessarily looking at what was their percent, were they slightly above it, slightly below. So the board can be comfortable that we're not going to look to penalize you for not hitting a more aggressive target.
I got confused in your question, but one of the things you mentioned in terms of the achievable or not, actually, first thing I did when we looked at the, this data and say, if we say every year the same, we apply the same percentage, actually we need 17%. If you want to do the same percentage for all the year from now, 2050, that's not achievable. That's just, if I say 70% every year we reduce, we get to zero, but everybody knows 70% is not achievable. But looking at this, why I was advocating last time about the moving average, that was the ODOT last few years was the method they have introduced. Is not a wrong, is one of the, I mentioned this is, but sometimes the community and the members of this council, other councils, they think is we have to do something more than that. We can do that. So that's why a 17%, 18% is meaningless. Maybe the request is a little bit more. So is it achievable? That's going to push a little bit, the investment for the safety. All this is going to be something, it is not unachievable, but 2-3% is something we can do. The planning programming, that was the main reason. I don't know where you listen this, is a chairman said 3%. And it was just, 2-3%, it was just, so I said, no, we can come up with numbers rather than just, guessing numbers. So, and one of the members, if you listen to that, one of the mayors asked me how we get there to zero, as I mentioned. That was then, I said, okay, we have done this. Why don't we present it and see what the reaction is? So the numbers are 3.8%, 4%. These are something I think is achievable. If not, maybe next year, but at least it shows the importance of the safety in our region. And I'm hoping that based on the email before lunchtime I got, ODOT comes to the, comes coordinate with us and make it 3.8% as well, because we are using the same region, working in the same, so have the same target. That's something we can, it's not a, 10-15% not achievable. Right, it is possible. It is possible to, but again, better than I do, is a safety issues usually is a human errors. If we do it 10%, 15%, if somebody drinks and goes and drives and kills somebody, you can't, your numbers are not going to, but at least in terms of the infrastructure, planning, investment, we can do something rather than sit back and say, next year we're going to educate people. And we had before the education sessions and all this, so we can explain people, but still end of the day, the technology is going to come help us. That now, if you reverse most cars now, if you reverse from the parking lot, if there's something, the camera captures somebody and it stops there. These are the things, if you drink and you go to the car, if they smell the alcohol, they're going to stop, it's not going to start. These are the things that's happening. If you fall asleep while driving, the car is going to loud beep and it's going to wake you up. So these are the things that's happening. It's not a, So hopefully that's gonna help us to get to the 0%, but
Yeah, I like what you're doing here.
yeah.
All right. Hearing no more questions, Ally, second presentation. NOACA Household Travel Survey Update.
Okay, we started this project, we do this project every 10 years, and we started last year. And then for the little bit of late from usually we do it in 2020, every 10 years, match with the census, but because we had the COVID and the pandemic, we decided to move it a little bit and wait for the normal traffic to come back as much as possible, rather than doing the COVID and doing the pandemic when people sitting home. That wasn't very, we didn't get a correct response from the residents. So we waited a few years. Last year we started this, and how we did is usually, that when we talk about household survey, we do it randomly. We pick this random sample. But in the beginning, when I asked the consultant, I asked for a 1% sample. Usually they said it's 0.5%. That 10 years ago, it was 0.5%. And I thought it's 0.5% is too low. If you want to spend money, you better get them value for money and go to 1%. So I insisted on 1%, and they agreed. So 1% of the 900,000 households in our region, we are talking about 9,000 responses. That's what they were shooting, and they were going for a 1% target. So usually that's what, I'll just explain here. Usually they send the recruit, they call it recruiting households. They send online survey, then they collect their demographic information, then they assign a date for the people, who responded. Then they go and collect on that day the information through the smartphone. That's nowadays they collect the information. They look at this kind of website, and they go and pick up the numbers, and they go from there. So we started with a pilot study survey in the last year, I believe that's this time of the year, October. And we expected to be higher than we recruited 1,500 households, but the response wasn't more than 7%. So the consultant was thinking of sending 300,000. Then we talked, and they said we can't get to 9,000, our target, so increase it to 500,000, about 500,000 households. So they send it to this, and hoping that they're going to achieve 9,000 completed survey. It started in February, and then first travel date to assign to people. Then during the midday, not Fridays or Saturdays, so during the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, then they went through this up to June, and they recruited 12,000, about 12,000. 50% responded to the assigned date, and they collected 6,000, about 6,055. But it wasn't 1%. So I argued with them, and I said, we need to get to 1%. So they came back and they said, okay, we do it after the school holiday, and it started in August and September. They started another 184,000. So 500,000 plus 184,000 almost is about 685, 75% of the household in our region, which is a pretty good. Then the first fall date was August 20th, and the last one was a few weeks ago. They closed down the survey for two reasons. One is it's too long, so we didn't get much in the end. Then, but the completed added additional 2,087 survey. Out of, again, you can see the 4,500 recruiting, there's a 50%. So then came back with a 8,142, 45. I heard this morning 45 surveys, which is a 0.91 sampling rate. So I said, okay, we can round up and get the 1%. And so he said, okay, we achieved that. I'm not rounding down, rounding up to 1%. So that was basically. So if you look at the distribution in our region, we have got almost the goals based on the population of each household in our region for each county, and the retrieval data was very matching. As you see, there are two counties, Portage and Summit. These are not Portage and Summit incomplete. Is a is a kind of bandwidth in the near to our region. So there are some people living there, taking either bus or taking the car, come and work and shop in our region. So we need to get those trips as well. So we put some, asking some of the neighborhoods to get. So that's, you can see a small percentage of the Portage and Summit is just about a couple of miles of the south border of the Geauga and the east border of the Medina. So these are numbers we got. Now, I'm going to show you socioeconomic data, raw data. No trips in this presentation. Hopefully next time when we get together here as a council, either a consultant or myself, we'll show you more trips in terms of the what mode, how many trips, all this kind of thing. This is just as I said, the last travel date was the end of October. So we are talking about 15 days, 2 weeks before this. So, but I asked them to give me something so I can show you. So these shows the percentage of the race, and 87% white, 9% Black and African American, and then others 3% Hispanic, all these kind of things. So another statistic is 0.43 children per household, average 7.8 daily trips per household. Again, these are raw data, which again matches with the other sources of about 8 to 8 trips per household every day. 6.4%, they said they had on that day, they had 0 trips. Household size distribution. One is, I noticed compared to 10 years ago, the 1% household, the numbers percentage have increased compared with the past, which again expected. Then the 2% is a major, 2 people in a household is a major 41%. The blue bar you see there is a ACS based on the 2018 and 2022. The American Community Survey, we compare with that and we're gonna calibrate with that, but I'm gonna ask them, I asked them last meeting we had to use the 2023 for the trips, not just because these are 5 years is impacted by the pandemic. And as far as we go away from the pandemic is better data. So they're gonna use, but socioeconomic data doesn't change much. Then same household size distribution in Cuyahoga. Again, 1% is higher than the region. You will see why. Then Geauga and Lorraine Lake is less. For example, the 1% percentage of the household is the 1%. So outer county is usually more populated in each household compared with the Cuyahoga. Again, these are the expected from the census as well. So Lorraine, Medina, similar pattern. You can see some of them, four people or more is about 20% in the outer county in our region. Again, these are that boundary of the Summit and Portage, which is similar to what we have got in our region. The number of cars in each household, again, the most are about 40%, more than 40% are 2 vehicles in our households. There are some 5%, which is matches with the ACS, about 4 or more cars in a household, and about roughly 5 to 10% of the household, they don't have a car. There's, again, similar, you can see similar pattern for each, slightly different on the outer county. For example, the 0 cars on the Geauga is only 1% compared with the 4% in our region, or Lake. That's the Lorraine. And Medina is in similar. Portage is 0% in the 0 cars. Number of workers, very similar to the ACS. About 30, more than 1/3 of the workers are in the household is 1 worker, and about less than 1/3 is about 2 workers in household. Geauga, Cuyahoga, Geauga and Lake, Lorraine and Medina is a similar. Income is another interesting distribution. If you look at, it looks like is a very normal distribution, evenly distributed, but is not a very sharp, and on the middle is about 18%, but they are about 9% over 200,000 household income and about 4% less than 10,000. So although is a kind of normal distribution, but mainly in the middle of 50,000 to 100,000, 150,000 on the middle is about more than 50% in this range. On the 50,000 to 150,000, the rest are outlier or outside the similar, but more evenly distributed in Cuyahoga. Geauga Lake is sharper on the high income. Lorraine and Medina similarly. There is a here or than the previous one, there's a difference between the ACS and our data. Then we're gonna come back, as I mentioned, more details on the mainly trips and the travels and the modes and the availability of non-motorized modes and the availability of bikes and others, going to the what type of the mode choice they have got in the upcoming, basically next meeting. Hopefully we will show you more data, but after the first quarter of the 2025, we will be in the most committees and the councils. We're going to show this data as well as, final report is going to be before March, and it's going to be used by our model for the calibration and the long range update.
Thank you, Ally.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our presentations. Are there any reports or updates for the meeting? Hearing none, any old business?
I have one, sorry, I have
Go
one.
ahead.
They just gave it to me. Probably you have received the invitation for a transportation safety day. They told me they have sent the email to everybody for December 3rd and Tri-C 2500 East 22nd Street from 9 to 1:30. We will have a safety discussion because of this SOC and safety. So we will have some presentation from ODOT, from us, and they will be, so if you join us, there will be some good discussion there.
Thank you, Ally. Okay, any old business? Hearing none, any new business? All right, can I have a motion to adjourn? Motion and a second.
Second.
And a second. Thank you all for coming. Meeting is adjourned.